want this. No, not really. Boop-a-doop.
Oh, it doesn't have bookmarks.
No, it doesn't.
Aww.
They are working on it, though, apparently. They pointed that out as a thing. They're like, yeah, we really need to get on that.
It's like you need one thing from a PDF, and that's a bookmark, man.
A singular bookmark.
Just one.
It leads you to the table of contents.
I see archetype versus life path.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here, there, here, paste it there. All righty. Then. This one. Good. We are good. Hello everyone, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today we're starting a new campaign of, our first campaign in fact, of War Stories, a World War II Year Zero engined RPG, and the title of this particular campaign will be Operation Valkyrie's End. Set in the late war around March of 1945 is when it starts. At this point, we're doing session 0, so it's a lot of just figuring out, making characters, figuring out setting, and making making our squad of people. And we may have some stuff afterward, but a lot of this can be just building character and learning the system, because really all of us basically picked up this book a week or so ago. A week ago, yeah, you're right.
Or in one person's case, today.
Hey.
Fair.
I'll make that 2 persons because Eula's right here with him.
Very
True.
good.
Sorry, I didn't listen for a moment.
It's okay, I try not to listen to him either.
Up yours.
Yeah. I will note that unfortunately the PDF does not come with chapters and bookmarks, but it does let you add bookmarks. So.
We were just discussing that, actually. That's
Sorry, I was away.
At least it lets you add them. The game we were playing up until now did not let you add them, and that was very irritating.
Although I'd be
here's-
interested, did the one I sent you have the bookmarks I have added in it?
No.
Okay, weird. Maybe it's just
I
because
didn't. I didn't
think
see
it
any.
has.
Well, I don't
I
see
have
any.
some bookmarks like combat, damage, and healing.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I have your bookmarks here.
Okay, cool. Because I've gone through and added some stuff here and there.
Like a nerd.
Like a guy whose hard copy hasn't arrived yet.
Well, I mean,
Oh, you actually ordered a hard copy.
there we go.
Almost always, if possible, I order hard copies.
For Traveler, if it got.
Oh, I have the 3-book Traveler 5 set
Oh,
in
good.
hard copy.
Corby has the Kickstarter version that is the size of a university chemistry textbook,
Sweet.
Oof.
and
much
about the
space
weight
for
of a
that.
university chemistry textbook too. I think it'd be a deadly weapon if you used it.
Oh, this would light the bill. So, in War Stories, you are usually part of a unit or a company, and there's your main characters who are the heroes of our story and such, the ones we care about, the ones that in a war movie they'd be the ones getting all the screen time. But you do have backup people around you, and those will be everyone else in the company, or anyone, or in your squad even. These people, in the mechanics, basically they have the minimum amount required for them to do something. So if you need them to shoot, we set out just enough to have them shoot. But for the most part, it's they aid you in something. Narratively, tell that machine gunner to cover that hill, or tell the sniper to cover that area, or whatever. And they generally do it. Or, hey, messenger, go run this back to so-and-so. And that's just done. There's no role for that. It just, if the guy isn't dead, then he can go do it. The reason it matters is that when you get into combats, you guys are the main ones who do rolls to attack the enemy and destroy them. But if you have any of your people with you, you can have them assist you a little bit. In large campaign battles, like big pitched battles, you don't play every single guy in an entire company. That would take forever. It has like a campaign turn where the war and stuff happens, and then it zooms into you guys to see what you're doing, and then at some point we zoom back out again to see if the larger battle has changed things. The reason that matters is that sometimes the big battle can hurt your background characters just by sheer welcome to war. A shell hits them, a mortar hits them, they're ordered to do something and they get hit, that sort of thing. In the early game you'll have that, but later in the story that will become less. Large battles won't be as big, I don't think. But that is something that War Stories does deal with. So, your unit is... So when you make characters, there's something missing from this map. Oh, there it is. When you make characters, you can be a member of... Generally, all of you want to be part of the same squad, as I'm showing here in Roll20. You want to be part of at least the same platoon, at minimum the same platoon, if not the same squad. Because if you're in different squads, then there's no real way you interact with each other much, because you're spread out so far. But if you play in War Stories, you can make characters that aren't soldiers. You can make criminals, resistance fighters, partisans, and just civilians who are being tasked. And with the story, you guys are being called to the front, and as they're pushing across toward the Rhine, because this is after Operation Bull. The Battle of the Bulge happened, so the Allies are pushing toward out of France into Belgium and toward Germany. So this special operation that you're going to be going on will be, which I'll explain more details as we get into it, does allow for you to be things other than soldier, and you wouldn't fall into any one particular. You would replace parts or segments of a squad, because you're a special operations unit, you're a special force type unit for this particular operation, Valkyrie's End. So with life paths, you can choose your you can pick and choose your way through and build your character that way. Win at a loss, or if you just don't care which thing happens, you can random roll for it. And there are certain mechanics that when creating a character, some things will make it easier or harder to advance in a life path. Like, for example, if you choose a random roll in academic life in pre-war, and you got kicked out of university or you failed out, your skills are, 1, you can't get any university skills, you get to choose something else, and 2, you don't get to go back. So you can't do that life path again, that particular part of the life path. So that's part of why we're also meeting and talking about it rather than doing it separately, because it is important for you guys to kind of discuss what kind of unit you are, who's doing what, so you're not covering the same bases. And there was nothing I was going to say. And it's leaving my brain.
No, get it back in there.
You wanted lines to discuss lines and veils as well, if memory serves?
Oh yes, are there any lines or veils people want to highlight before we go forward? Anything you really don't want me to touch on in this story? I mean, it's going to be about war, so it's going to be pretty... I'm going to be somewhat descriptive, because War Stories asks me to be a bit descriptive in critical hits, but I'm not going to get, like... intensely detailed, but I do have a warning for that. But is there any subject you really just want me to, no children, no animals being hurt, anything like that?
For me, it's always the same. I'm fine with pretty much anything, just overly explicit stuff. When it comes to sexual things, just fade to black.
Yep.
Yeah. Second that.
Agreed.
There goes the life story. There goes that particular part of the story. I have to rewrite the whole campaign.
Dang it. Here we were getting into a brothel with Hitler himself.
Jesus.
Is there anything for you?
I'm just being as familiar as I am with Corby games. I'm good with your usual built-in lines and veils.
Mm.
I am interested, though. Looks like you have an expanded safety tools deck, and some of those symbols and how they work in RPGs I'm not terribly familiar with.
Oh yeah, so if you go into when you choose safety tools on the deck, X is the one where you basically everyone's heard of X. It's basically the whatever's happening, stop. I'm uncomfortable. It's super disgusting or whatever. Whatever the case is, you pull down on the board or you just say X or whatever. Everything comes to a stop, and then we just move on past whatever that was. The other ones are more the expanded list, like, hey, can we rewind before that and do that again? Or can we just skip this bit? Like, this would be something if we didn't know that romance scenes were a veil for people. You'd be like, could you just fast forward past this real quick? We don't need to know the details. We can move on. And pause is like an X, except it's more of a, I want to talk out something real quick. Could you hold for a second? Or I'm okay with this, but I need a second. Instant replay for redoing a scene. If you're like, I don't like what that came out like, I'd like to redo that again. And resume is generally a go ahead card. Like if I was like, hey, is anyone bothered by this? Anyone worried? Or just like, no, just go. Keep going. It's fine.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Have we ever used these?
No, I just have them there in case you guys need
Right.
them. Frame by frame, I don't know what you'd use this for other than that's literally slow down the action and go into detail. So I guess that's more of a, I want more detail. I want to know the details, but I'm like,
I can understand that. I've had several situations like that in, like, I don't know, fantasy games where I think the GM was taking things a little bit too fast. Like, okay, now you're doing, okay, slow down.
It's like, slow down for a second,
yeah.
Pause, just give us a second. And when you if you throw those cards on the board, you don't have to explain why or nothing. If you want to, you can. If you don't have to, I'll just see it and go, okay. And I'll just take direction from the card.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, I'm used to, red, yellow, green, stop, slow, go, but now the additions, I appreciate the explication.
Yeah, this particular safety tool card is, I think it's the Burn Bright system, I think. But it's it's one of them anyway. It's one of the free ones on Roll20, so.
Nah, fair enough.
And the playing cards are, well, we'll need those for tracking initiative.
Yup. Yay.
Oh, this actually uses playing cards for initiative. That's cool.
It uses, the official game would use cards that are like 1 through 10, and you'd pick them. But I'm actually if you were using playing card deck, you would take out every other suit but 1, and that would be your 1 through 10. But I'm keeping the whole thing for a reason. I have my own little thing that, so basically you guys actually will get to name the company before anything else. As you see at the top, I just have a random placeholder for this special operations unit, and you can choose. You all can choose what your suit is. That suit, when you're pulling initiative and stuff, the suit that comes up. Like if I pull a card and say clubs was the name of your unit, was part of your unit name. It will always be cut in your favor. So if there's 2 kings and either you or the enemy has a club, it will default to you because it's your suit. You're just lucky. And that's not an official rule for those out there. That's just a fun thing I'm doing for the sake of also a mild amount of laziness to not sort out these cards. Oops.
Honestly, I vote for hearts or diamonds. One of the two. I don't know how you guys feel.
Of the two, I'd prefer diamonds myself.
Mm.
I'm fond of diamonds and spades, so.
Yeah, same.
Eula, any vote?
No.
Diamonds?
Okay.
And I'm going to randomly determine what your number is. So your code name, essentially, but your actual company name is the 655th Diamond Company. The reason for that in story is that this unit has been assembled rather quickly under the auspices of the OSS and in cooperation with the MI6. So this is largely a way to confuse the Germans, as this company just appears and it's like, well, there's it, but in military organizational sense, they do need to know who you are. You do need a badge on your uniform so they know, like, who are you with? Or I'm with the 655th Diamond Company. What's your regiment? I'm with that company. Talk to your supervisor. Talk to your officer. He'll call it up the chain and know who we are. Because that will be important when you run into allies. Also, if you ever get caught, if you're captured behind enemy lines in uniform, you actually get the benefits of being a prisoner of war because you're in uniform. Although you might not be in uniform, and if you're not, then you're a spy, and you have a whole different problem. So, but hey, you have an official designation for the purposes of your unit and requisitions and such like that, because you are part of the military, if only for appearance's sake. Also, because some of you will be military, some of you will be just riflemen and machine gunners and whatever. It's like, well, we were part of whatever unit. Now we're in this unit. So, get to building characters. Now, in the game, as you guys saw, there are two ways to make characters. One is archetypes. It's just pretty much a pre-built character that you run with a few little tweaks. But life path, and this one I kind of prefer, because that leads to random or not, you can end up with a very unique character. You can build the character you want pretty down to their background and stuff. So on page 30, it shows the nationalities of the nationality that is. Well, the group concept is why I just told you. It's the fact that you're a special operations unit, you're a special diamond company. That your mission will involve at first being at the front, but it will involve you piercing the front line and getting behind enemy lines and operating back there doing something. So they are going to pull from the military, but they're also going to pull from civilian and intelligence and stuff like that to get the job done. And this entire company that you see on screen, this is everybody. This is every possible position that you could be, if you don't add in special things like civilians or special ops or anything like that. Like, for example, Agent W here, he falls outside of any of the squads per se, because he's Agent W is a person who is someone you're going to meet later. But so they don't fall. They are part of the company, but they're more of an asset of the company. They're someone you're going to meet. So, given where you are in the war, this unit ostensibly is part of the 1st U.S. Army. That's who's operating in this particular part of the theater. But you can be other people who have been pulled in, because this is an OSS. This is a Secret Service sort of operation that's using this company as a way to kind of to funnel you guys over there. And also, so you're not just, one squad of people trying to get past the whole front lines. Like, no, you have backup. You have people who are assigned to help you to make sure you guys get to do what you're doing. Because if you get caught up in a big fight somewhere, you kind of don't want to be by yourself for too long. The two units you probably won't see that often in battle is the command group and the admin group, because they're the ones who can be hanging in the at the front line for the most part. And they're going to be your point of contact with the rest of the military, should you want to radio back and stuff. So yeah.
So, is the idea that the company is going to help us, like, is going to sort of provide cover as our small unit slips into and beyond enemy lines, and then we're operating as like a squad level unit that is like infiltrating and disguising ourselves and moving among the civilian populace, or what's our deal?
At minimum, you'll want to get at least your squad in, of course. And you can choose. You guys will decide as you go along. Even at this point, you may decide this, but there are two ways to operate behind the lines. One is changing it once you get past the line, changing into plain clothes and sneaking among the populace and moving your way to your targets and getting your mission done, trying to get your operation to completion. Alternatively, you can try to push not just your squad, but try to pull as many of these squads or even a whole platoon, like a whole platoon's worth or more, past enemy lines. The plus side of pulling more and more people, managing to pull more and more people with you past the lines is you have more people. So if you get into a fight, you have a bunch of backup. Problem is now if you're a big group of, if the whole company say was snuck across, blending with the populace really won't work because there's too many of you. Or a lot of people have to hide in the trees or in the forests or in the mountains. So you can't have them as backup, but the smaller you are, the easier it is to sneak around. The bigger you are, the more that you can stand and fight with enemy units, enemy squadrons or platoons if you run into them. Because a platoon, if you get into a fight out in deep behind enemy lines, platoons can be still pretty big. Even a patrol will be enough a small squad could take on, but a whole platoon of people or a whole company, that's pretty hard. So that will kind of be determined by what you guys build. Because if you build all like non-military types, then you're the odd unit out. You're the special unit that everyone else is covering. But how much you have coming with you is up to you guys as you play. Because you may find as you're trying to cross the lines, like you guys may decide, I don't know, how hard is it? It's about this hard? Just cover us and get us across. And that'll be it. Or, we really want more firepower. Let's try to do more tests to get more people across with us behind enemy lines. The hardest one to get across is the weapons unit, because they're the ones with jeeps and vehicles. Because the jeeps have like heavy machine guns on them and stuff like that, and has like the mortar teams and the light machine squad. That's kind of the hardest one because it is vehicles. You basically have to punch a pretty big hole, whereas the rifle platoons, not as hard because they're just people. Just get them across and out into the forests and mountains you go. I will say, no matter what though, you will not get the command or admin group because there's no reason for them to go. You want command to hang back, and admin group is paperwork and cooks. So, good thing is, as they hang back, you may decide once you pierce enemy lines that you want more, so then you might do tests to go, hey, let's try to get back to line and try to get more people to help us with this, while the bigger front line is going on. I will say it's easier to pierce once than it is to pierce multiple times, because eventually the Germans will clue in that someone's behind their line.
Right.
Especially if you have a bad roll. Or
don't underestimate the value of cooks. We can't eat K rations all the time.
Their sauerkraut's nice.
For a time.
Prevent scurvy.
Any other questions about the group concept at this point, about what you guys are doing in general?
Well, so how do you guys want to approach this? Do you want to approach this as more of a, real OSS, SOE, we're going in, we're going to be undercover, we're going to pretend to be Germans or whatever, and, snoop and poop, and, if we find something, we call in the 8th Air Force to level the entire region? Or do you want to do it more as like a military, a pure military op, or some sort of combination? What's everybody thinking?
I think a combination might be nice. We sneak behind the lines and we do the thing, and then also while we're there, hey, look, there's a bunch of Panzer IVs. Why don't we sabotage those so they can't join the fight against our guys?
Yeah.
And thus we help our guys to advance.
Yeah, I think what I was asking more is like, as far as character types, like, an infiltration unit of the OSS and SOE that's, trying to blend in with the enemy population and soldiery is going to be a different kind of group of people than, your random infantry squad from, the 1st Infantry Division or something. I'm asking before we get into character concept, because if we're going to go for more of a specialized infiltration unit, then that's going to kind of direct how we're guiding our character concept. You can still do stuff like blowing up the tanks. You just have to make sure somebody has the appropriate skill set, whether they're, an infantry officer or, SOE person. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
What do you think? How do you feel?
Well, I can go either way. It just kind of depends on what the group wants to do.
Given the nature of the mission in question, I think we would probably have, I think it would be something that would be more of an OSS type of purview, because they kind of were about the search and identify type stuff.
Right.
Plus, honestly, I can think of more character archetypes that I would find engaging to play with that sort of setting. Not that I can't find concepts in the other one, because I could, but it'd be easier for me to be flexible.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's, more like we can, still have the ranks or whatever, but for me it's more like, okay, well, then this character probably I need to look to see if they can maybe speak German. Or, this character needs to be able to blow up panzers, to know how to rig explosives and stuff. But maybe we don't need somebody who necessarily knows how to, fire a 105 millimeter cannon.
Yeah, I got you on that one.
Yeah.
We need someone who can go into the radio. Hello, night talk. Hello, night talk.
Right.
Calling.
This is BBC London.
Oh God.
Good night and good luck.
It hurts me. I know. Hello. Anyway.
Oh, I love hello. That's
Yeah.
my childhood.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been, but it was good. That show. Anyway. So leaning more toward the special ops spycrafty side rather than the ground pounder infantry side.
Yula, are you okay with this?
Yeah,
Or on the spy side? Yeah.
I'm leaning more to the spy side anyway.
Cool.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Yeah, we have uniforms right until we get over the border, and then we bury those and pull out our,
Or we keep them in the
Hummer's
back.
and
We keep them in the backpack just in case.
Yeah, because you guys would replace one of these rifle squads. It's like, oh yeah, on paper you're a rifle squad of the 655th Diamond Company. It's like, yeah, they're the people we want to insert. We're the Sabat that pushes you through, sort of thing.
Right.
So, huh? What's that there?
It's roll 20.
Oh, I meant
There
to
we are.
delete it. Whoops. There we go. So in roll 20, you should be able to create a character in there, and you'll be able to...
I can't. I'm clicking the plus
Yeah,
character
same.
button, but nothing's happening.
I think you have to share the character sheet we create with us.
Yeah, did we create a bunch of them? I'm sorry.
No,
Unless
I had this exact problem with Skim Geek. It was button should work. I can make them manually.
Yeah, make him and then share him with us.
No.
Because if a funny situation would be if we couldn't see them, but you could, and I've been mashing the damn button
Yeah,
really
same.
hard.
There's like 20 of these darn things.
Yeah, I've had that happen in a game before.
Wait,
There we go. It's cool that this game actually has a character sheet. I have to admit to being somewhat surprised.
Yeah, actually, I'm really surprised as well. But good for us.
Yeah.
old ones. Each of you should have one now.
Yes.
With
Cool.
random names.
Broerkoek Varu sounds like a South African guy. Sure, we'll do that.
I am waiting for Roll20 to load for me because the
Mm.
page froze on me.
Oh yeah, DC, yeah.
So I'm thinking about going for the officer slash leadery talky type.
Cool.
Oh, I'm absolutely fine with that. Were you thinking of being an
Yes.
American as well? You want to be Gorlami?
What?
Gorlami?
Inglorious
No,
Bastards.
I am Suzarko Foen.
No, you haven't seen Inglourious Bastards.
I have, but I didn't recognize the name.
Oh.
What's Brad Pitt's character?
Aldo Rain.
He's the one who knows Italian the third most.
Buongiorno.
But yeah, Buongiorno.
Yeah, Lieutenant Aldo Rain.
Yeah.
He didn't cross. He didn't come out of the Smoky Mountain and cross 5,000 mile of water and jump out of a goddamn airplane. Nazi ain't got no humanity.
Exactly.
The Grazie line.
Grass.
To this day, I have seen that movie a bunch of times, and just there's so much buildup in it that it's a perfect moment of comic relief. Like,
Yeah.
it will get me laughing so hard that I cry for like a solid 5 minutes every time. I could not tell you why it's so funny, but it is.
Still, the best scene out of the entire movie is with Michael Fassbender in the pub
Right.
downstairs with a bunch
Yeah.
of Germans. That
Yeah.
was hands down the best scene in the whole damn movie.
The first problem with fighting in a basement is that you're fighting in a basement.
I'm fine with you taking the officer role if that's what you want. Sarah, what did you have in mind?
I had two possibilities in mind, depending on what routes other folks want to go. Could either go with a what's word? Engineer saboteur type, stroke EOD type, or on the other extreme, I could go with somebody who is more of a come on, brain, do the thing. More of a scout type. That's the word.
Okay, that sounds perfectly reasonable.
So yeah, I've got two routes. I am perfectly happy to fill the gap if one exists.
Okay, Yola, what about you? Considering we're a spy unit, any
Yeah,
ideas?
I'm kind of like in the same more techie direction, or like the nimble, sneaky in and find things stuff.
Okay.
So I'm kind of on the same two routes, possibly.
Well, I was thinking anyway of being more of a sort of intellectual fellow. Could be either medic or code cracker or encryptor or radio guy, whatever needs filling, you know? I think if we really need a medic, I'll go for a medic. That's not a problem either. But I think if you're a medic and you're an intellectual of sorts, you can fill in multiple niches at the same time. At least
Yeah.
that's what I'm hoping I can do.
Yeah.
Well, medical aid is an empathy skill, eh?
Is it?
Yep.
In this system, yeah.
Motherfucker.
Well, it sounds like, I would say we would need a medic. Although, and Corby, you can tell me if I've misread something, but it looks like from the skimming I did that once you're out of combat, you heal 1 endurance point and 1 condition every hour of full rest. A medic can, depending on the number of successes they roll, can take away a point or restore a point of endurance or remove a condition per each success. So medic's definitely handy.
Mhm. It's also
tech
useful
stuff,
for
but-
dealing with healing critical injuries, because if you get dinged pretty
Yeah.
bad, without a skilled medic, a minor critical injury, as it were, can blossom into a much worse one that can take you
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
But the way I figured it is, you can be a medic or an intellectual sort of type of character. You can do medical aid, sure, but that's just one of the things you do. Because naturally
Yeah.
smart, I guess you can do a lot of different things like operate radios, read documents, maybe have multiple languages, things like that.
Yeah.
Reading over the character creation stuff, it definitely seems that this is a system, mechanically speaking, it seems this is a system that's a lot more encouraging of jacks of all trade compared
Yeah.
with like your 2D20 or D&D type systems.
Where you're a con officer, and by God, that's all you can do.
Yeah, exactly. This system seems a lot more inclined to be like, yeah, you're like ordinary people, and very few ordinary people are hyper specialized. So,
What did you guys think about nationalities, though? Ansley, are you going full red-blooded American?
Yeah, probably. Wild Bill Donovan got me into this, so sure I can even make my natural accent work.
And Sarah, you can be a Canadian if you want.
I was honestly thinking of it. Just
Now we got
because
somebody to commit war
Canada,
crimes.
I mean, you're not wrong, but also Canada did do quite a few like covert stuff in World War II, so like
Yeah.
Yola, what about you for nationality?
Well, I kind of just I would have rolled honestly
Oh, that's fine.
because I saw that I couldn't play like a German person.
You can if you
So-
want.
I can.
you can,
Yep.
yeah.
I would love to.
You totally can.
Sure.
What you mean? Not all Germans were chill with Nazi Germany? Say it ain't so. especially during the end of the war.
Yeah.
They were not popular. It's like, not only are you guys dicks, you're also losing.
And yet you won't surrender.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
you're just killing
we
people.
had like some fun guys that were like literally a group of teenagers beating up SS guys.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah. And there was also that like what's the group? I'm completely forgetting of the name of the group, but
there's
was like
so many.
Yeah.
a lot. Yeah. White Rose is the one that is
Oh yeah.
I was trying to think
those
of.
are kind of the more popular ones because of like the people that died there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
But no, I could totally see the OSS pulling in a German national, going, "Hey," he's like, "You want to help us?" Like 100%. What is it you want?
Yeah.
And it's like, and if anything else, like, I know German better than the rest of you. Why? I
Oh,
speak
yeah,
it, damn it.
We would need a local interpreter for sure.
Yeah.
I don't sound like I learned it from Oxford or something.
I was thinking of French.
French
but
works.
I'm also fine with British, actually.
Could be better French and be Belgian.
Excuse me, Belgium's not a real nation. I refuse to recognize Belgium as a nation.
You could be Walloon.
Oh God. You want me to be Dutch as well? Ugh.
Dutch.
I mean, I would see you on an Irish guy.
If I play an Irish guy, I demand I play an explosives guy. No other guy will do.
I mean, why not? Medic and explosion guy?
One or the other. I can't perform a surgery and then actually implant an explosive in something else. There's an
Dear
idea.
God.
Oh god.
On the plus side,
No,
there's
no.
no experience docking for you doing war crimes. I mean, I really feel like there should be, but you know. Yeah.
There was that one game, I think it was called The Saboteur, where you play an Irish guy in Paris. That was fun. That was a boatload
Saboteur.
of fun.
Yep.
Yeah, The
Great
Saboteur.
game.
Boatload of fun.
I have not played that one.
I think we have
It's,
it in our collection somewhere.
It's ahistorical as shit because, you know, it's 1941, Germany is invading France, and there you see panthers rolling around. And
Like,
I was like, wait, that's not supposed to be there.
So we
But
have
it is a lot of fun.
an American, a Canadian, a German, and a
Possibly British or French. Possibly. I haven't decided yet.
Walk into a bar.
Yeah.
a Franco-Brit. You can be both.
Oh, God.
It's like, oh, you're what was it? Francis Lacroix. Yeah, where are you from? Manchester. What? we immigrated recently. Nothing to do with the war, just, you know. How's your French? Oh, it's actually pretty terrible. What? I grew up in Manchester. Why do I speak French?
If I were to go for a French angle, I would be more of like a partisan sort of fella. But if I were to go for a British angle, I'd go for a more, you know, army intelligence sort of thing. MI6, right? Not
MI6, yeah.
MI5. Yeah, MI6 kind of thing.
MI5's inward, MI6 is outward.
Yeah. I'll decide that once I get maybe the upbringing and everything figured out.
So, yeah, the next step, nationality largely is for determining what gear you normally would get, what would narratively make sense. So, for a German character, if you're like, oh, well, can you blend in with this German village? It's like, well, I'm not from there, but I know more Germanic culturalisms than, say, a Brit does or a Canadian does. That sort of thing. Or like, hey, I know this or that, as opposed to... So little things like that. And familiarity with certain firearms and equipment as well. I would take that into account. Like if a Canadian found a British weapon, they'd have an easier time around it than, say, an American would, because they don't use Enfields all that often. They use the Garands.
Oh yeah, but the service rifle was the Springfield before. It's bolt action still, so it's not that hard.
It's not that hard, no. But it can be that little. It'd be a difference why I give you an extra die of familiarity. Like, you're a little more familiar with that weapon than someone else would be.
And besides, let's be real. Everybody knows how to fire a buzzsaw. Everybody. You press the trigger and you saw, and you buzz.
Well, you do let go of the trigger eventually.
No. Popular media has told me that those guns never run out of ammo.
We'll see how that goes for you. That's fine. On the plus side, on that topic of bad trigger discipline, if your character dies, there are other people in your company. These people are also your extra lives for the operation. Because if your character dies, and your character can die pretty terribly due to a bad crit, someone else in the company can be pulled in as a, hey, this person came along, or hey, they're from this company.
Right.
Though if you manage to run out of everyone here and you wipe out the entire company between the group of you, operation fail because the whole company died somehow.
We roll a new campaign. It's fine.
Yeah, it's a new campaign at that point. It's like, yeah, mission fail. So yeah, next step is.
If we manage to go through a whole company without them noticing, that would be so good.
No battles, it's like they just died to the elements and stuff. So, in the future, we see a memorial of all these unknown soldiers. We don't know what they were doing, and for some reason, it's super secret. Not because they achieved anything, but they're very embarrassed about how bad this went. This is downright Operation Market Garden stuff, except worse somehow.
They just couldn't take the sauerkraut.
Well, some idiot was holding down the machine gun and just wouldn't let go of the trigger.
God damn it.
He just walked around with the thing. It's like, let go, John, let go. Never.
The battle is never ending.
I'm Vichy instead. No, anyway. So the next step is upbringing. You can roll or choose this. This will get you some starting things, but also gets you, it can give you some bonus stuff. And it gives suggestions and you get your first few skill points from here. So you can choose from the table, you can roll, and then in that table, say Street Kid, there's another table you can choose or roll. That's up to each of you. So if anyone has any questions or wants to just get to rolling, feel free. I'll pull up the roll thing so people can see it.
Yeah, I'll roll a d6 for mine. Might as well.
I will decide to be working class.
Nice. The true backbone of the war.
Yeah, I'm just a German commie.
Ah, yes, the communist resistance. We have many of those in France as well. Oh, affluent.
Affluence.
Hello.
I'm debating for myself on that.
And I'll roll a d6 for a sub thingy, I guess.
Yep. See what kind of affluent were you?
Yeah, I think I will also roll a d6.
Although perhaps I should choose based on the key attribute that I have selected, which would be int, right?
If you want to be
but-
intellectual, yeah, int. So like the option 1, 5, or 6.
3.
3 is working class.
For some reason, my browser is really lagging on me, so I will take your word for it.
Over there,
guys,
Americana.
My father was a miner.
So I'm gonna roll a d2 in this case. 1 is number 5 and 2 is number 6 because those both have int in them. So keep it random. Oh, he was a
Seems
business
better.
tycoon. My father was a business tycoon. How cool is that?
So, since I am also in industrial working class,
So when one attribute is a key attribute, do we mark it somehow? Do we put a 1 in there, or...
Just double checking. I'm not sure how you mark it in there, but yeah, the thing about the key attribute, it's the only stat that can go to 5. Everything else can only go a max of 4.
Oh, okay. Then I'll just keep it like that, I guess. It says I have to roll for a language. Do you have a table with you?
I can get you a table. You would put it in notes, actually. That's where I found it, in the lower left. You'd say key
so
attribute, whatever.
Can we choose a language?
You
rather
can
than
totally
rolling?
choose.
Okay.
I'll roll one.
Give me... When you roll for language, it means you had some lessons. Give me a d6 to see how good a study of the language you have.
5.
You took to languages and are fluent, tier 2. So you have tier 2 fluency in. Roll d10.
2.
French.
cool.
Okay, then I'm playing British. I got it.
Yule, which route do you want to take between techie versus scout? I'm good either way.
Because I got the minor thingy, I would maybe go for the more infiltration, scout oriented.
Great.
Finding things
Nice.
stuff.
In that case, I will choose
Oh, there you are, mine.
the sub item 3 on mine.
You worked in warehouses and factories, or you grew up in that area.
And so, yes, as gives me the key attribute of intelligence.
Be sure to note your also in your bonus the free item you get, because that'll be something that's added on top of your. So like for the miner, you actually get free knuckle dusters that you grew up with. Like you have those from way back when. And affluent was getting a free language right out of the gate.
Yeah. Because my father owned a lot of railroads, probably some in France as well.
What about
And
the American?
He didn't love me.
What's he?
Sorry, what are you asking me?
What's your upbringing?
Oh, I am. I think it's affluent.
You're an affluent as well?
If you're an officer, you only got two choices. If you're going to be an officer, you got to be affluent or intellectual.
Intellectual, yeah.
And so I was looking at the command skills, or the command skills.
So 2 rich people and 2 working class people are gonna save the world. The class divide being melted for
No,
now.
I'm sorry. I'm actually intellectual.
Oh, okay.
Father was a politician and was not attentive to his children unless they misbehaved. But that gives me some ability to distribute between close combat, command, guts, infiltrate, survival, and gives me the empathy key attribute and
Yeah,
a language.
We get 3 points to distribute in those. Can we go 3 in 1, or do we have to distribute amongst
Maximum of 2 in any one skill.
maximum of 2? Okay, so I put 2 in medical aid and 1 in tech, just in case, because I don't think anything else. Do you have a skill list? Could you tell me what insight does?
It's reading people, basically. Getting their state of mind, what they're like. I'll see if there's anything else it highlights for you.
What would tech fall under? Would that be like everything related to technology? Would that include radios as well?
Yes.
Yeah. And operate is like driving vehicles
So,
or operating equipment.
Yeah. Oops,
and as I'm looking at this, it looks like that you're not able to increase your attributes with experience, just your skills, specializations, and talents. So whatever attributes you have, you have.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put 2 into tech and 1 into guts for my 3 points.
You also get a talent at this stage. Those start on 75. It's something you would have picked up in your upbringing.
We can pick up any one of these.
Mm-hmm. Knuckle dusters from beating up miners. I was just looking at the sheets like, whoa, what? Hold on.
Oh yeah. Where is? Oh, that's what that is. Okay, so what page did you say that those start on again?
75.
Thank you.
Where do we put these? There's a talent. Okay, do you need a description for that in there, or do we just name the talent?
I'll just name the talent. They're pretty straightforward. Like, we'll probably have to refer to this sheet every so often, but honestly, it's like, oh, it's this. You may want to put in a little note for yourself, like for dodge +2 to guts or something like that. But after a while, there's only so many talents, so you eventually go, oh, it's that talent again. Right, okay. Because each of you will only have at most 3 talents for your entire character, so that won't be hard to remember. And the game does allow for making new talents, but for now, since we're learning, let's stick to the ones that are in the book.
I think I will pick Tinker as my first talent.
You and your tinkering. How many games you can be a tinker?
But it's useful to my character concept.
It's true.
I took Clever.
I took Sprinter.
Sprinter.
That's useful.
Oh, nice. Has everyone gotten through their upbringing?
So in the upbringing, I the 3 points I get, I put into the 3 of those skills that I have there, right?
Yes. No more than 2 in any one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And in your case, you get to choose which one's your key attribute, whether it's agility or intelligence.
It's agility.
What? The person who sprints around is agile.
I just know how to run away.
It's fine. We'll call you Brave Sir Robin. Bad Monty Python reference. I'm sorry.
Oh, we love Monty Python.
Love's a strong word.
We appreciate it.
Appreciate's a pretty big word.
Well, I like it.
Oh Lord, who hath made the cricket bats? Skip a bit, brother.
Cool. Alright.
That was like my favorite meme that came out of Charles's coronation was there's some sort of orb with a cross on top made of solid gold that they bring out to the king. And somebody perfectly in step with the guy bringing the orb to Charles dubbed in the holy hand grenade of Antioch bit because it looks like the holy hand grenade of Antioch.
So next thing one thing to make sure to do as well, you have 15 points to spread across your attributes. Keeping in mind only one of them can be at 5.
And that's your key attribute, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
15 points.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think you start at 0.
You do start at 0.
So, yeah, achieving 1 counts as 1 point. I believe mine are properly distributed.
What'd you go for?
Int 5, agility 4, empathy 3, strength 3. Just because.
Yeah, I'm going back and forth with bumping the empathy all the way to 5 or having 3 at 4 instead of 2 at 3.
I might drop empathy and increase strength, actually. Just because normally I play a character who is physically weaker when I make a tinker type. Yeah, I think I will do that, actually. So I'm dropping empathy down to 2 and bumping strength to 4.
Yeah, I am strength 3, agility 5, intelligence 4, empathy 3.
I've got 2, 4, 5, 4.
Okay.
Right. So you all have, you know how you grew up, then you had to actually, work for a living. So there's your pre-war experience. Now you can have, you have to have at least one pre-war experience. You did something before the war happened. But you can have up to a total of 4 pre-war experience rolls. Keep in mind though, if you're for pre-war experiences, you're fairly old. By the time you got into the war, or got pulled into it. And the downside of getting in, each time you take a pre-war beyond the first one, you reduce one of your attributes by 1, reflecting that you aged. So something about your character wound down with the years.
Okay, and how old are we then before we choose our pre-war experience? Does it say? I think it says teens, right?
Yeah, you're like 18, 16, something like that.
And a pre-war experience takes away how many years of your life?
I think
25. Sorry. The way. So if you have one pre-war, you're up to around 20. You're somewhere between 20. You're up to 25.
Yeah.
If you have 2, you're 26 to 35. If you have 3, 36 to 45. And if you have 4, you're older than 46 years old.
Yeah. And if you, for each one beyond the first you have, you drop 1 point from one of your abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's rough. Okay.
So you can choose or you can roll.
Roll.
Want to roll? Give me a roll.
It's 5. That was an academic.
Big fancy academic.
Well, I was rich, so it only serves, right?
As it's supposed to be, I'm a blue collar worker.
I think I will roll as well, just because I can get into having int-based skills from pretty much any of them, so. And randomness will make for a more interesting life path, I found. 6. Other.
Well, go to the big board of other experiences. What
And
were
roll
you?
D66 for hilarity will ensue.
Roll 2d6.
Sec.
It's okay.
Imagine if you were a celebrity. Like Jane Fonda.
1 and 3. If you're male, a
Physical
physical
trainer.
trainer, or a female, an assistant to a physical trainer, I suppose. You get calisthenics out of it.
That's
That's
funny. And then you have to roll for an event, right?
Yep. Something happened to you.
Cool.
Or you can
Let me see
choose,
what-
by the way.
What branch of academia I belong to? Humanities.
Ah, the best. Very
Oh,
useful
Lord.
in war.
I studied economics.
It's humanity, you're right.
It is a humanity.
Yeah, I know. It's fine.
Oh well, let's see what happened.
You failed. Come on.
Come on, seriously?
1? Ah!
What happened?
He failed. He flunked out.
I flunked.
Oh.
On the bonus is your father said you're too stupid for college, so you can't choose academia again. Yay! On the plus side, you get to choose 2 skill points from Calisthenics Insight or Tech, or anything else. It just can't be university related.
I can't choose medical aid, for instance.
I would say you might have picked that up either volunteering or just helping patch yourself up, that sort of thing. Because you didn't go into medical school, right? If you were in medical school, I'd be a little more critical, but
3.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna pull this thing out.
you want to re-roll that?
I want to re-roll that.
Sure, you can do that.
This is disgusting. Better.
That's failed out, but better. Because you had an affair.
I'm willing to take that.
So yes, for my part, I was injured as a trainer and have an obvious sign of injury. I think I will keep that, actually. So I will add 1 point in insight and 1 in guts as a result of that.
Okay. I was a maintenance laborer and became a teenage alcoholic.
Yeah.
Well, Germany was doing so well at the time, right? I can't imagine what brought them to...
We're really going all out on these, aren't
we? You should have gone on more strength through joy vacations.
Okay, we can remain at university, or I can remain at university, but if I choose to stay, I suffer a -1 to the next D6 event roll. God damn, this is giving me Traveler vibes all over again.
Yep. Hey, welcome to Lifestyles.
Good thing I can't die during this character creation.
I mean, no, you can't actually. Mechanically, you're not supposed
to. My guy was federal or national law enforcement.
Oh, so you're like FBI.
And I've proven myself an excellent law enforcer and promoted with all honor, so I got a virtue, confident.
Nice.
Yes. But this is such an OSS going to help found the CIA guy after the war character. Oh my god. And he speaks German. Of course, his name is Carl Weber, so.
Yeah.
How fluent is he in German?
Rank 2, whatever the fluent is.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, it's hard to detect your accent at all.
Yeah.
So you really study German.
Well, I'm German American, so I figured maybe my parents were off the boat, and so they were still German spoken at home, or my grandmother or something.
I'm staying another year in university, and I'll dunk a point off my agility to prove how devoted I am.
Oh, someone's having 2 pre-wars.
Let's see what happened. It's a 1d6 -1. God help me. If it's a 0, I'm gonna kill myself.
Minimum of 1.
Oh my god! Come on, man!
Hey, grad school is hard, man, alright?
You know what? This time, I'll take it. I'll take it on the chin. Whatever. It happened. Whatever.
Anyone else having 2 pre-wars? Or are you all getting into the war pretty early in your lives?
I think I don't have time. I need to get out of my alcoholism.
Yeah.
Average age of U.S. soldiers like 22.
In fact, I'll have a third one. I'll be like a 30-year-old. Screw it.
Oh, okay. Well,
be the old guy.
I can't do academia anymore, so.
Yeah, you gotta do something else.
Let's see what I got into. Other.
Well, you owe me 2 D66.
2 and 1.
Private investigator.
Oh my god. How did I get into this? Good god, man.
Well, there were so many of your colleagues having affairs that you realize you can make money as a PI investigating for divorce cases.
Right.
Sure, it's sleazy work, but somebody's got to do it.
I think I will have 1 more pre pre-war experience. Because why not?
Oh, hang on. What does it say? If this is not your first pre-war years roll, you may choose to designate tens digit of the D66 to roll you previously selected. For
No,
instance,
I want another one as well.
You do?
if you
Oh no! I work at another thing.
I went into academia after personal training.
I am so working class, I do this twice.
Yeah, actually, Jim, I'm gonna assign the 5 as my first. I'm gonna try and re-roll that. So I'll just roll a d6 and, you know, put that in front of a 5. Oh. A researcher.
Oh, yeah.
I was knocked out of university just to become a researcher because, you know, screw you guys. I can do it better. It says here choose most applicable.
Yeah, you choose a skill, and you whichever one that's what you research. Which is funny because you, because of you failing out of university, you lost out on choosing it, and then it's like, well, I mean, now I can choose a university skill. But you can choose whatever you want, whatever you were researching.
As a question,
Yeah.
is the 2, was that a cap for character creation, or was that a cap for upbringing?
That was cap for upbringing.
Okay. In that case, since I went to academia, I will choose. Yeah, I will choose engineering school to increase tech 1 more. And then I will roll a d6 to see what happened. 6. My time was a triumph. So I get to distribute 2 amongst calisthenics, insight, tech, command, perception, and persuasion. So I think I will add 1 to perception and 1 to insight. There we
I
go.
am limping because while I was doing medical research, I slipped on a bottle of formaldehyde. And yeah, now I have a very obvious gait in my walk.
Oh. Yeah, my character has a crooked nose from a broken nose that was badly set.
Golly.
What? I got an injury as a calisthenics person. I assume somebody dropped a barbell on my face.
Or bounced a medicine ball too hard.
I mean, you're not wrong. Now, the other question is, in the other, do I need to choose a talent for them, or a specialization for that?
You you choose. I think it's 1 specialization per pre-war.
Yeah, so I have to choose 2 specializations because I forgot to choose a specialization previously.
Yep.
Alright, so I will go and do that now. I forget which page specializations start on.
Oh, and note, for those of you who took more than 1 pre-war, when it's set, normally when you get 2 skill points, you only get 1 in the 2nd pre-war, 3rd pre-war, 4th pre-roll. It's only in the 1st pre-war you get 2 points.
Oh, really? Shit, then I need to...
Then I will need to subtract 1 skill point.
But we still, when we go again, for instance, I went to academia twice, do I then put 2 into my insight because I went to humanities twice, or?
I think so.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And then when it says distribute 2 skill points...
You only distribute 1 if it's the second.
On the second one,
Yeah.
okay.
Alright,
And
so...
also for the 3rd one, I also only distribute just 1.
Right.
So for my first specialization, I will pick just a scratch due to the injury that I got previously.
Mm-hmm.
There, that works. And my second specialization, I will go with Combat Engineer 1.
Sorry, run me through specializations. Where do we choose them, and on what skill do we choose them?
They start on page
69, it says here, right? Okay,
yeah,
69.
69.
Nice.
And basically you pick them based on what like on a skill that you got in your pre-war experience. From what I'm told.
Just one, or?
One per pre-roar.
Mm-hmm.
You learned one thing each time you went to.
So
you did your job.
I get 3. How cool is that?
Yeah. Hey, you lose 3
I get
attribute
2.
points, so you get something.
Yeah,
out
I
of it.
lost 2 in agility and 1 in intelligence.
Yeah, and I will
No, actually,
lose
shit.
1 in agility
I was
because
4, yeah.
because I took the extra pre-war.
Yeah, what do I roll for that?
For
If I take a second pre-war?
Oh, you choose which ability you've decreased.
Okay.
yeah, you choose which one goes down.
So yeah, I
Oh.
think I'm done because I will only choose 2.
Intelligence is gone. It was the alcohol.
It was the alcohol. I mean, you're not wrong.
That tracks.
So yes. So yeah, apparently my character got a broken nose from being a trainer and was like, screw this, I'm going to engineering school, and turned out to be a really good engineer. Found their calling there. And I need to figure out what my bonus from that was. Where is it?
Good
Where did you
God,
go?
I just looked at Weber. Silent Assassin 1. Yes.
And inspiring one.
Yeah, I can imagine why. Be inspired, or else.
Well, I mean, you notice his military service branch and career.
Where the places
yeah.
is what I am looking for.
I mean, I'm telling you, he's gonna be with the Dulles brothers after the war, and you know.
There we are. Okay.
We're gonna wonder why he was in Iran in '53.
Oh, don't forget to choose your talent, by the way, that you have gotten in upbringing.
Yeah,
another one.
I'm still going back and forth, so I haven't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Scroll.
Anyone still in pre-war?
Yes, still choosing specs.
Yeah, I need to choose a last spec.
So we start with a single talent and as many specializations as we have pre-war.
At this point, yes.
Okay. I am finished.
For now.
Yes.
Oh, now.
Now I have
Hey,
to
Jim.
roll. Yeah.
I'd like to propose an area of knowledge of aviation.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
for those watching, there are certain things that need GM fiat. They need the GM to approve, because area of knowledge, they didn't list every single possible academic thing. They said just ask your GM if they're cool with it.
Well, no, there's like samples, and
There's
I
some
think
samples.
aviation is one of them. But it says here that the field is restricted, meaning without a specialization, you cannot attempt tests related to this area of knowledge.
Yeah. There's some skills that you can't. Some skills you can just kind of, like, anyone can pick. I believe anyone can just grab a gun and shoot it, but not anyone can just do an area knowledge roll about aviation. Like, nah, the average person doesn't know a lick about aviation. Beyond, it's a plane, it's up. I don't know. Why does it work? I don't know, man. Why would I know that? Why would I need to know that?
Okay. And talent, you said they begin on page 75. Just the one, right?
From upbringing, yeah.
Or from what about pre-war?
Pre-war doesn't give talents.
Okay.
Unless your experience did. Like, unless it says it, but otherwise not.
Right. Okay.
Resilient 1, break-in 1.
Listen. I became an alcoholic when I was a maintenance laborer. I don't know what I did exactly. I don't know yet, but we will see. But it made me resilient because I was drunk all the time.
No.
And then I went back to mining. And mining was kind of lame, so I did kind of a side thing.
Hey, look, you need some extra Deutschmarks. It makes sense, you know. Just involves breaking into people's places. It's fine.
All right, roll 20. Quit being weird.
Nigel Hornsby.
He is the most British man to ever Brit.
That was Blackadder. Nah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now, since I took 3, I'm, what did you say, like between 25 and 30 something?
3? Hold on. 3, you're somewhere between 36 and 45.
Oh, okay.
You're middle
So when you play an old man in these war games. You were an old dude in the Napoleonic one.
Oh yeah. I like old dudes. They got a story to tell.
Nah, I'm just gonna leave that alone. So once you're done with pre-war, you have your war years. What you actually did during the war. These will give you some extra skill points and another specialization. You can choose what you did during the war, or you can roll. For our German character, I mean, could have been military service if you were Wehrmacht and then left and betrayed, but your character sounded more like a criminal or resistance fighter.
I think I'm like in the 2 or 3 thing. So
Yeah.
I will, like, roll a d6, but like 1 to 3 is 2 and 4 to 6 is 3. So
Yeah.
okay, apparently I stayed a criminal after my young years.
There you
Forget
go.
this mining thing. I'm gonna become a. Oh God, all these criminal ones are pretty nasty.
So we get a total of 1 talent and 2 specializations, all told.
1 talent from upbringing, One specialization per pre-war.
Uh-huh.
And
One more from the warriors.
one more from the warriors.
Okay, 2 specializations, 1 talent. Okay. Maybe shifting some stuff around here. There, total skill points 10.
And I murdered Nazis.
So now we
I'm
allocate
kidding.
4 skill points anywhere.
You know? Given my character concept, I think I will choose military intelligence and choose saboteur,
Okay.
because that works really well with my character concept. So.
I think I will replace inspiring with born to lie.
So the 4 points that come now are also then in the criminal section for me.
Those are suggested. You can choose other things.
Okay.
But those are the ones that make the most sense given what you did.
Upgrading talents. So I have Area of Knowledge 1. Can I upgrade that to Area of Knowledge 2? And that still counts as the used one? Or still counts as a specialization used? Are they separate?
Yeah, I believe you can have multiples of specialization. I'm gonna
Yeah.
triple check that. That sounds correct.
You can like bump it to 2.
Yeah.
Most
Yeah.
of them have. Yeah.
You could do that
Okay, yeah. Can I bump up my Area of Knowledge to 2?
if you like.
I think I will bump up combat engineer to 2 for my career specialization.
And I don't know, I'll roll, but I think any roll that's not partisan is good. So if I get partisan, I'll maybe try and reroll, I guess, but I was a criminal.
Private investigator turned to a life of crime.
No, I was a researcher. A researcher.
A researcher, sorry. Right.
Deary me. Actually, that doesn't work.
It's fine. You're Walter White.
Military service, fine, sure.
Uh,
I'll enlist.
I
God.
have to pick character's age.
What branch did I enroll in? Okay, let's see. I can't enroll in the paratroopers.
Nope.
Why not?
You need 3 or above in all attributes.
Which
Oh.
I do not have.
He joined the
2-2.
military in his middle age.
Yeah.
2244. So I guess I'll reroll that.
Oh, that's weird.
General infantry. Goddamn. Okay, I have a ranged combat skill of at least must finish training. Okay, sure.
At least one of your skills has to be range combat, because you would have learned how to fire a rifle in your gun.
Yeah, I did actually put it into range combat. So let's see what I was in the infantry. I was a cow. Good God, no. I'm gonna pick combat medic just because that fits more.
Yeah. We tried him out as a scout and then remembered, oh yeah, he's like in his 40s. Maybe
got
make
4
that
dots.
maybe not make
He's
that
got
guy
4 points in medic. 4.
But then we learned he's actually really good at this whole medicine thing. Did we train him? No, he just knew how to do that to start with. Oh, why isn't he a medic? Get a red cross on his arm.
It's interesting that the dice roller in the sheet doesn't break it down into the individual dice since you're looking for 6s, and you have to hover over it. That's kind of interesting.
That's odd, yeah.
Your PC's rank will be determined by the following. To be a commissioned officer, you must have an intellectual or affluent upbringing.
Or had a pre-war experience that was military or academic.
I have both.
Yeah. So you can be a second lieutenant. Which would be funny because it'd be multiple well, actually more apt. One of you would be a first lieutenant, one would be a second lieutenant, really.
Yeah, combat medic could never be like a commanding officer anyway. Or, yeah. Okay, sure. I'll put that rank in. Wait, does the branch give me any sort of skill bonuses or no?
You have 4 points to allocate your choice and 1 relevant spec. It just suggests that you go medical aid because, well, you're a combat medic.
Right.
But you can choose other stuff.
Yeah, okay. Put 1 into medical aid instead of nimble. But I do have 1 in range combat, like it says.
Yep. You're infantry. So, okay.
What?
Framing the story in my head as I'm learning more and more about all of you. I'm like, what in God's name?
Well, I mean, for an OSS team in World War II, we're tracking pretty well.
Yeah.
Talk about your, team of misfits for sure.
A military intelligence non-com. A officer who's also military intelligence, but a murderer. But thankfully, they were murdering Germans, so we like them. And a combat medic officer.
Several times, well, flunked out of university.
How many times did you flunk out of medical school?
Just once. I didn't even go to medical school.
Kept trying to do economics for some reason.
I went to economics.
You went to economics and somehow ended up spending so much time volunteering with the St. John ambulance that you flunked out.
Well, the first role I got was that I had a fair at the university,
Oh.
so I'd like to think that that's why I didn't listen to classes very much and just flunked out.
It's like I managed to get through my you wouldn't believe it. First 4 years I got through, went in for my grad, and you know what? Yeah, it didn't go too well.
Yeah, and then I met Mrs. Doubtfire, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Okay.
So all the great minds of our world start off,
So.
So I should be middle-aged, between 36 and 45.
Mm-hmm.
I should have a total of -2 to my total attribute deductions. So actually,
Right.
I didn't have to take out that 1 point out of intelligence. I'm stupid.
How do we calculate our endurance?
Average of strength plus empathy?
Is it?
I think. And then depending on what kind of game we're playing, there's some bonuses, I think.
Well, that's confusing. Where is it?
Oh,
there it is.
Just-
There it is. Sorry, go ahead.
Just a question.
Oh.
Do we have a shootist in the group?
Can
I
any
mean,
of
I
you
can
shoot?
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
have
it's
1
agility
point
5
in
and
range
gr-
combat.
I have agility 5 and range combat 2.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, you're the shooter. Okay.
I have
I'm the
agility 2
murderer.
and combat 1. I know how to shoot in the general direction of the enemy, because that's what they taught me.
Because my guy's definitely more hand to hand.
It says here I should have 5 specs for some reason.
5 specs and talents total.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, and talent 5. Okay.
Yep.
And total skill points of 14. Let me count those.
So yeah, your and we're gonna go with default gritty. So your endurance is the average of your strength and empathy plus 1.
Okay.
Oh, I'm missing 1 skill point.
So,
Dang nabbit.
strength and empathy 6 divided by 2 is 3 plus 1. My endurance is 4.
Samesies.
Repeat that, Corby. Sorry, please.
Average of strength and empathy, round up, then add 1. That's your endurance.
4. Okay.
That tells me. So strength and empathy is 4 each. So that's 4 plus 1 is 5. I'm going to take the talent tough and get 7 endurance.
Good golly. Dropping is going to take a bit.
Well, I mean, not necessarily, but
It's true. One bad crit ends your day.
yeah, one crit to the head and one, bad roll on that table. Or to the torso, I think. Yeah.
Cool.
What's the name of our Canadian?
Do we? Oh, come back to me on that. Folks have to pick virtues and flaws, right?
You choose 1 character flaw and 1 character virtue.
Cool. Is what I am.
These matter for when you roleplay them. This is a way to get experience. They have sample flaws and virtues on page 21.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
I know. Lord. We can choose someone as our buddy, right?
Oh, yeah, we have to do that.
Yep. You choose one who is a close friend, a confidant, or a role model to look up to. And you choose it between yourselves. So you're a buddy. You're each a buddy to somebody. Which matters for recovering stress better. You can assist each other better. Downside is if that buddy goes down or gets hurt, you tend to take it a lot worse than you would otherwise.
Are we doing boys and girls?
I mean, it's a class thing.
True, it is a class thing. It is a class struggle. How about it, Inslee?
Sure,
Sure.
whatever.
The Anglo Alliance.
Oh, there we go. Harper Martin, really?
What? I literally went for a random renamer and picked one of the most common Canadian surnames.
Oh God, my buddy is Nigel Hornsby. I'm not sure I can do this.
I don't understand what the problem with Harper Martin is. It was a common
I don't either.
name.
Can I be Harper's buddy? Because
Sure.
British people.
It's a
I mean,
class
you
thing.
can.
It's a class thing, and so you gotta do it.
I'm an intellectual, not an affluent person.
And you're both officers.
Yes, that's true. But
You
I
can
mean,
be whoever.
I'm a real officer.
Buddy you want to be.
I'm a real officer.
Oh God.
All right.
I mean,
Actually,
you
that's
choose
not
your
fair.
buddy if you have a preference.
Yeah.
I need to.
Nigel, God damn it.
That's Lieutenant
Better.
Hornsby. Thank you very much. I guess you're buddies. You can just call him Nige. You know.
Well, I
Just
think I'm
use,
probably. If he's a second lieutenant, I'm definitely a first lieutenant.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Oh yeah, naturally.
So,
So I'm thinking of
Or you can be Sarge, I guess.
Sarge. Why?
Well, isn't a Sarge in charge of a squad?
He's not an officer though.
Oh, right, well. He's an NCO.
You could choose to be an NCO, but you know, after all the trouble you went through.
Might as well be commissioned, yeah. So what are Lucky Strikes?
It's a type of cigarette. It's also a thing that you get when you do rolls. Sometimes when you need to do something, you usually only need one success. But if you get more than you need, you get lucky strikes to a max of 2, which can help you with re-rolls down the line.
And foo bars is the same thing, but for failures.
Yep. Basically, when you roll d6s, if you roll any 1s, those are the first time you roll. If you get any 1s, those are just duds. The reason that matters is that you can, when you do something, you may say, "Darn, I didn't do the test," or "I didn't get enough, I didn't get any successes," or "I didn't get enough in an opposed test." You can push your luck, so you can re-roll your dice. You cannot re-roll duds. Those duds turn into foo bars, and those become things that I can use to pick on you. Each person can accrue up to 2 foo bars. That's a signal to me of I'm supposed to pick on you because you're the person who's having bad luck. If you get more foo bars than you can hold, they just go into general. They become everybody's problem. That's how I can get re-rolls for the bad guys, or I can make a gun jam or a bad event happen, that sort of thing. Which reminds me, I need little markers for foo bars and lucky strikes. I didn't make those
is
yet.
Harper or Charlotte the blow things up person?
I think none of us.
I'm the blow things up person.
Oh yeah, you're the blow things up person.
You're the techie, okay. Which I would assume is what blowing things up comes under. Or is that heavy weapons?
Heavy weapons is like rocket launchers, machine guns,
Yeah.
cannons.
Yeah,
things like
okay.
that. Flamethrowers, things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because tech is where all the combat engineer stuff is. All the explosive stuff. And Nigel is the medic, and what's your areas of knowledge?
Aviation.
Aviation.
I also specialize in radios. So, like I said, I try to make a jack of all trades. I've got talent, a spec in communications to do Morse code and radio stuff, field surgeon to perform surgeries, and a knowledge of aviation.
Fair enough.
Yeah, is it okay if I pick the sniper sharpshooter according to the weapon I take?
Oh, right. There's gonna be.
Because I would need to choose here, and I would take the ranged specialization.
I can assume. I would presume you would have stolen that off of someone you murdered. That would make sense, yeah. Or you get a sniper rifle from the allies. Either way.
Yeah, I will just go sniper. Honestly.
So what do we do about gear, GM?
That is assigned to you. So, and of course, you guys can give me you can ask for things, but generally, I give you what you'd be assigned by your team, by your higher ups. If I can get to the gear part, that'd be great. Right. I actually pre-wrote some of this in my notes, but I should get to that part. Let's see where it is. And I get notes in front of my face. There we go. All right. Yes. So let's double check something before I start saying things. Oh yes, there's a bit for weapons. Good. So each of you would be assigned a pistol, of course. Well, in some, just a quick overview. Each will get your primary weapon, which would be a rifle or an SMG. For the officers, you can choose which one those would be. So it would be main weapon, sidearm, a knife, some grenades. You'll each get a helmet, some basic body armor, which you might need to discard if you want to, or find some way to cover up when you go behind enemy lines. You'll be given basic mess stuff and some rations, along with some booze and cigarettes, which will be easier to bribe people on the other side. And there will be the officers will be given signal whistles, and one of you will be holding a compass and map. So we'll go over what the base stuff you'll get. On page 139, their stats for the different pistols. The default for the company is the M1911 Colt 45. For the Canadian, you could have a Browning High Power instead, because that's what the Canadian forces used. For the German character, you could have come with a Luger, because it's something you could have stolen and taken with you.
Or Walter.
Yeah.
Oh, I want a Luger.
What am I looking for right now? What page was that again? Sorry.
139.
Thank you. All right.
You'll type those into your character sheets. I'm being pinged.
Just messaged you if it's something regarding my character concept.
Yep. I got you. I fired.
Given the direction the party is
Yeah.
going, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
What else?
Does everyone have their pistol?
Yes, I shall have a Webley.
Oh, you're British. That's right. Yeah. You could.
Webley Mark IV.
Yeah, that would have been the most common firearm at the sidearm for an officer. With the Webleys.
So, knowing we're going behind lines, do we have to choose allied sidearms and whatnot?
For now, the rest you'd have to capture on the way.
Okay,
Or steal.
fair enough.
I'm gonna pick a Browning high power because that was in common use in Canada at the time.
I will point out for our so you're both military intelligence, just different parts of military intelligence. You guys can choose to instead have the well-rod bolt action.
Oh, Rod. Oh, God, that thing. Why would you want that thing?
It's silent.
Because it's silenced.
And the only reason you'd have access to that, even if you're not British, is because it's a collaboration between the OSS and MI6. So it's like, the British kind of want you guys to succeed. It's like, if you want this, you can have it, but if you're happy with your regular sidearm, we're not going to force you to change.
Honestly, the way they depicted single shot in this table is just unfortunate.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this? ROF
Rate of fire.
1-3 all. SSRFS.
Single shot,
Rapid fire?
yeah, and then
Suppressive.
suppression, yeah.
Yeah, and ROF is probably rate of fire, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's how many bullets you fire in each mode. So, like, in pistols, that's one thing I kind of like. With pistols in War Stories, you can't suppress an area with a sidearm. It's just, you go through the whole clip when you do it. You're just firing madly down a hallway and going, all right, well, I have to reload my gun now. Whereas with other weapons, you can get with like machine guns, you don't use up all your ammo when you do that because they're made for doing that.
I'm debating between the well-rod versus Browning. I think I'll go with Browning. For one, it's Belgian, so we might be able to find something for ammo for it.
I thought it was 45 now.
Not the Browning.
I said it's Belgian. National, like it was made and designed in Belgium, so.
Yeah, I'm just confused on what caliber it fired. Was it 9mm then?
Think
Yeah.
Browning?
9x19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only the Americans are walking around with 45s, I think.
Which was the 1911, yeah. Big bullet.
Because when we wanted to shoot you, we wanted you to stay down.
It is 9mm. It's a 9mm parabellum round.
Yeah.
Should have never stepped back from the 45 for our submachine guns either.
Well, with the
so much
grease gun. Was the grease gun 45? Was it? No,
Nope.
wait.
Well, it might have been 45. I
Thompson?
don't know though. For some reason, I'm thinking it was stepped down. But I've actually gotten to fire a Thompson, and that's a fun gun. And it will knock the shit out of anything.
Yeah, grease gun was chambered in 45.
Okay, I just couldn't remember.
Because it is a meaty, like it's a meaty sound of a machine gun, you know. So I thought surely it must be a big bullet.
Yeah. Okay, where's my? The well rod's pretty large, as I recall. It's not exactly for a stealthy pistol. It's not exactly easily
Well, it's
Yeah,
the sort of
it's
thing you
got
would
a-
tuck into a trench coat and hide, and you'd only draw at
Yeah.
the last possible moment.
It's got a huge barrel.
Yeah.
Suppressor, yeah.
Yeah, because this was before they figured out how to make them where you could just screw them onto the barrel of a gun. They were built in.
Yeah. Hey, they didn't put down the French pistol that not the American pistol that they shipped over to the French Resistance. Those little dinky pistols, single shot. That's the only shot you'll get out of the damn gun. I forget what it's called.
Which
now.
one's that? The label?
Yeah, something like that. There's like a super cheap gun that they just airdropped a ton of. And it's like, oh, they must have fought the war with us. Like, no, you used it to kill a German to steal his gun, and then you had a proper gun.
Yeah, it's if you look at the images on page 140, that's number 6, that little dinky thing.
I might switch to some German sniper rifle. I just don't know which one.
Yeah,
Can't
you're
go wrong
right.
with a Kar 98.
I believe
Mauser.
the Mauser. Yeah.
I shall take a Lee Enfield, very standard one. The Mark III.
Yep, that would have been what you were using. I will say, alternatively, since you are an officer, you would have authorization to have a submachine gun instead.
Nah, the rifle kind of guy.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Besides, if I had a submachine gun, I'd have to take the Sten, and I hate how the Sten looks. Holy crap! It is actually disgusting.
Hey, it saved Britain, so you know.
So good.
Look. Shut up. No.
the thing that saved Britain was its bulldog attitude.
And it's bulldogs.
And it's bulldogs, yeah.
Now, American, you taking a Springfield or Garand? Sorry, Garand would have been the normal.
I'm an officer. I'm taking an M1. What are you, crazy? I'm taking a Tommy gun.
There you go.
Gewehr 43. German is so good at naming their guns, apparently. Let's just say it's rifle 43, okay.
Yeah. Don't we get fancy names? 9. Who needs fancy names?
Yeah. Machine gun 34. Machine gun 42.
You don't worry about machine guns because you're not that kind of unit. You don't worry about mortars. None of you are mortar people. Mortareers? Mortateers? There's a word for them.
Mortar men and women, respectively.
So each of you will be assigned. How many was I going to give each of you? Two frag grenades and 1 smoke. So this would be the I believe it'd be the M3 at this time period. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the pineapple.
Yep.
I'll take a number 36 mils. Same thing, just different name.
Yeah.
Wait, it says blast/DM. What is DM in this case?
Damage.
Oh, damage modifier. Okay.
Yep.
Probably damage modifier is 0 for the Mills bomb. Really? What's all that about?
Wasn't as effective. It didn't do nearly as much damage. But
maybe defensive grenade.
Yeah.
You said 2 high explosive and 1 smoke, or?
Yep. Once you get your briefing, this stuff can't be changed. This is just the baseline of this is the bare minimum you would be allowed. You'd be assigned.
So it's what of the two is DM3?
The M3 grenade.
Yep.
On the pictures, is it there? It should be like.
There's no picture of it there. No, it's close.
Yeah.
It's closest to the
one,
first picture one. Yeah.
Pineapple looking
Is it
thing.
fire or smoke?
It's HE. High explosive. You get a Molotov cocktail, seriously. Crazy that.
Availability's one. Very easy to put together.
Yeah, just some cheap cognac and a rag.
And you said we had 1 smoke, 1 frag.
2 frag, 1 smoke.
Okay.
We should get into weight later, I guess.
Yeah.
Is it going to be important, or?
It will come up, but I'm just going through the. Once we get your standard issue down, well, if you're overweight, then we can pair. You can start paring down from that. Just because you might have enough because some of the stuff's pretty light, like the grenades are like half, stuff like that. Each of you would also. Sorry, say again.
So I think I left just around when folks were picking rifles.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. I will pick mine quickly.
I believe we use the Enfield.
In the Mark III?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
So.
Or, hear me out, you take a boy's anti-tank rifle. Okay.
You want a Piat? You want a Piat? That and a pea shooter will let you, destroy an armored car.
Dude, Piats are insane. Like, the rate of broken shoulders that thing has caused is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Gigantic
There's
spring
the
just, like,
weight.
backing up.
And smoke.
Yeah, so I'll go with the Lee Enfield.
And you get 2 frag grenades and 1 smoke. That's the M3 grenades. Actually, sorry. Be the number 36 Mills bomb because Canadians use the UK. We didn't use the M3s, I don't think. And everyone gets access to, if you have a rifle, you get access to a bayonet, because it'll be attached to the end of your rifle, of course. And everyone would be assigned a commando knife. And of course, someone here already brought along their own knuckle dusters.
Yeah,
That's not assigned to you. That's just something you had.
The Fairbairn Sykes fighting knife.
Could you repeat the grenades that we had? I was copying down my rifle stats, so.
2 of the number 36 mils and 1 smoke.
Okay. Right.
Everyone would be assigned a backpack, which that basically just, it is encumbrance 1, but it has capacity of 4, so it'll eat up some 4 capacity worth of stuff. Everyone gets a backpack, a gas mask, and at least 7 rations each.
Oh yeah, K ration.
I mean, you can scavenge from the wild, but you know, they want to make sure you at minimum have something.
Do any of us have survival on that note?
No.
No.
This will be interesting.
And there's a combat medic in your group, so you will be assigned a medical pouch.
You got it. How much do rations weigh? Does it say anywhere?
1/4.
1/4 for all 7 or for each? So that's 7/4.
Yeah.
1 whole and 3/4.
Each of you are also assigned a flashlight, for obvious reasons. Hygiene kit, rifle cleaning kit, mess kit. Standards, obviously. Helmet for each of you. Though, keep in mind, if you want to be in disguise, you might lose those helmets. But for now, you'll need them for the first part. So, nothing else to look like you're supposed to be here. For Lieutenant Weber, you'll be the one assigned the map case and compass and binoculars because you're the commanding officer. If you want to hand that off to someone else, that's up to you, but they're yours to start with.
Okie dokie.
For the sniper, you'll be given a scope to go along. Well, given one may be a strong word. It came with the rifle from the guy you killed.
Yeah.
Each of you is given 2 bottles of booze and 2 packs of cigarettes, because money, those can always be traded for stuff. Each of you will be given a flak vest, though again, if you're going in disguise, you might have to lose those, because black vests are pretty bulky. It's hard not to notice someone wearing them unless you have a big old trench over them. And you better believe an SS officer will be wondering why you're so bundled up in spring. Unless you're high up in the mountains, then maybe it's not so weird.
Well, I mean, in World War II, I mean, infantry didn't have flag vests. That was like...
That was with special forces. Shock troops.
I don't
That's
even know if
true.
they had flag vests. I mean, in Vietnam they did, but by World War II, it's just you steel pod.
Yeah, I mean, the Soviet shock troops had flak vests, but that's the Soviets.
This is more of an airborne Air Corps thing, yeah. But you guys get to have them.
No, I won't take mine. That's too heavy. Considering I want the damn radio on my back.
Yeah, because you as the radio person will have the main radio set.
And do we also need to carry handy talkies?
That's what I'm double checking myself, actually.
Not considering the size of those things.
Yeah, they're huge.
Normally you just have the one guy with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we need one for the radio set, anyway.
You need a radio, yeah.
I think it's an integral part of the radio set. I think the radio set doesn't come with one.
No, you can talk with the radio set by itself. The handy talkies are for talking to the guy with the radio set. And the guy with the radio set talks further on.
So do we want handy talkies in that case, or not?
No, they're massive. I'll show you an image. Hang on.
Yeah, they're massive.
They were
and
like
were-
bricks, I think, if memory serves.
Oh, they're bigger than that. They were like,
Yeah.
Look at this thing. It's like a block of C4.
yeah, and they were completely crap.
But hey, they have a range of 1.5 kilometers.
On a good day. Lord forbid there's some rain up in the sky. I'll take the radio set.
Right,
Jesus,
that-
that is...
1/2.
Okay, so
So to calculate encumbrance, you can carry up to twice your strength in gear.
Oh, man.
So if you are over, you need to start paring down.
Okay.
but
Keep in
backpacks
mind, your
and stuff-
backpack does eat up to capacity. That takes up room.
For capacity.
For you.
What do you
So
mean by eat up? I thought backpacks helped you carry stuff.
That's what I mean. Sorry.
Okay.
So do you get free as a bonus because the backpack is 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that is such a scam. Backpack has encumbrance 1 but capacity 4, so it's technically capacity 3. Yeah, that is a scam.
Well, the backpack weighs. It takes up room.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, its capacity is 4, and it weighs 1, so I mean, it's a total of 5.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Because it's it itself plus 4, yeah.
Right.
I need to restart.
Yeah, so now we just add up everything, right?
Yep.
I can carry 4 plus 4, so 8. Lord help me, I am loaded up like a mule.
Is there a way? This might be after the briefing. Like the SOE, fairly early in the war, and OSS did the same thing. Developed basically suitcase radios, where they looked like a suitcase or a briefcase, for agents in the field. Is there a way we could switch out the standard military radio set for like one of those in an olive drab casing that can be taken off, so that once we cross the lines, we can. Because I mean, carrying a military radio across the lines, more than likely we're just going to have to bury it and be without a radio, because that would stick out like a sore thumb. But if we had something that could be like a suitcase or briefcase.
Did they have the same range as the main radio set, or were they shorter, you think?
They actually were a little bit longer because they were designed. They had this big long wire, and like they were designed to like broadcast from France and Denmark to Britain.
You could swap out the main radio set for that.
Yeah.
It makes sense for the mission. Yeah.
What is that thing called, Inslee?
Suitcase radio, basically.
And
SOE suitcase radio, or B2 suitcase radio.
I'll knock the encumbrance down to 2, because they would have made it more compact. It's a suitcase, so somewhat light. Unfortunately, it's also full of stuff.
Yeah, and God knows the Germans were really, really good at triangulating transmissions.
Yeah.
Like, really, really good. Particularly in, like, places where they knew the resistance was active.
Yeah, don't worry, I took a class on cryptology when I was in economics school.
Does anyone over encumbrance with all their stuff?
Oh shit, I was calculating. Give me a second. I'll recalculate.
Yeah.
I have encumbrance to spare, actually. Can I make a request for gear given my character's skill set?
What's the request?
Wire cutters, and or like an engineer. Like it's not listed, but like an engineer's kit or saboteur's kit. Wire cutters are listed, but and they're tiny.
Wire cutters for sure. I'm willing to greenlight that. There's a way to say what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Like, there's like a bit in the like paratrooper loadout that they give in the book that talks about like tiny wire cutters and stuff that are like designed small.
I am grossly overweight.
I can potentially carry some of your gear.
Yeah. That's why you guys want to figure out who has more than others, because you as a team could split up the weight if you wanted to.
You can take my Mills bombs, because I'm a medic. I won't try and touch those because it goes against the Geneva Convention or whatever.
Sure. If I grab yours, that puts me up to 6 pounds total on my encumbrance out of 8.
So I'm assuming anything labeled as tiny is just like you don't calculate
you don't bother tracking.
Yeah.
It's GM fiat. If you have like 50 of them, I might start saying something, but if you have 50 wire cutters, like, okay, that weighs something. That's encumbering you in some way.
So I think I need to ask again. So the backpack, it weighs 1.
Right.
And what it contains, is that counted against my weight, or is that like weight in the backpack doesn't count as such?
You would put 4 items into the backpack, and you only encumber that all together. They only encumber you 1.
Okay, perfect. Then I'm exactly at my 6 that I can carry.
Whoa.
I can carry 8, and I am exactly at 7 actually, because I had miscalculated on backpack. But still, I have a pound to spare, or rather, I have a unit of encumbrance to spare.
Anything to get things open, like I don't know if crowbar is really the right thing, but something to kind of crack a lock open.
I would treat a crowbar as like a tiny item, yeah.
Okay, I will just take the crowbar then.
One thing you'll all want is an ammo bandolier, which will have 6 clips of your rifle, or
No.
which takes
Stop
up
giving
half
me
encumbrance.
Stop giving me stuff I can't take
You
anymore.
need room for your bullets, otherwise you're
No.
you need to carry them somehow.
I could carry them for you potentially.
Let
So-
me recalculate what I have and what I don't have, and then we'll see.
That can't be right.
Because I do have a half unit left. I'm very glad I kept strength as my rating 4 ability.
Whatever comes to combat, then I'd be screwed big time. Right, where was I?
And you'll have
Yeah, it's
holsters,
better
but
if your buddy carries it for you. Ammo bandolier.
Oh, yeah, I thought that was weird.
Okay.
Okay, so I will not take the commando knife.
you have knuckle dusters, so yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. And I need that space.
Yeah, just for sheer bulk and weight.
Because I rather have the ammo bandolier.
Yeah. I was like, oh yeah, you need somewhere to put your bullets. And when it says hold 6, it's like, yeah, that'll hold. That will come with it. So the ammo will come in that container. Everyone will have pistol holders. They're tiny, so that's just something to note that you do have holsters. For I believe when you have the Thompson, you'll have the pistol belt with rigger pouches, so you can have your SMG ammo on you.
Okay.
That needs a special thing. So yours, it's the same. It just changes what you can carry. You can carry clips or carbine clips or SMG clips. Whereas everyone else, if you're using rifles, you just need rifle. You need some way to hold onto your rifle clips. Rifle ammo, I should say. Scroll. Oh, there was a request out there for demolition stuff, as I recall.
As needed for the mission for my character. If you need anything.
It would be you could be assigned a satchel demo charge. 148. It does weigh 1 though. So.
Damn it.
Yeah.
What is it? What page? 148.
Yeah.
148.
Okay.
I
I have
see it.
figured it out. I've cracked the enigma, right? I will ditch 1 ration, and then I'll stuff the suitcase radio, all the rest of the rations, and the medical pouch, and the booze. Actually, not the booze. The booze I'll keep somewhere else. In the backpack, and I'll be like 1 kilo short of my maximum.
Your buddy would also take your gas mask and throw it away.
Oh yeah. Do you think we'll get a new gas attack? Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, I mean, they issued them, but they were like the first things to go for every sergeant with experience went through, and and then Patton would come along and ding people for not having them.
Jolly good. In that case, yeah, I should be at like 7 out of 8, which is good.
Okay, yeah, I took out 1 grenade and 1 booze, so I have only 1 of those, so I'm at 6 of 6.
I'm at 3.5 of 8.
Jesus.
I mean, it's not carrying much. Oh, sorry, 4.5 of 8, because, yeah, the helmet's 1.
But guys, who's gonna carry the wire for the radio?
Oh, fuck it. I take one of the rations out. I want more booze.
It's wound up in the suitcase.
Yeah, I think I will take the demo charge. And to make the room for it, I will give back 2 of the grenades that I am carrying for other people.
Okay,
I'm only
I'll
carrying
take the
4.
grenades back because I can actually fit them now.
Yeah. And that puts me at 8 of 8, so I'm exactly at my max capacity. There.
For Harper Merton, are you thinking private, corporal, like what their military rank equivalent would be? I think you're about private.
So,
oh wait, yeah, you're part of a
leader?
different program. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never
Yeah,
mind.
it was a junior leader.
Oop.
Because that's the program that I would be part of with Ken Force. Which I think has roughly equivalent rank to corporal.
Sir, first lieutenant Carl Weber, second lieutenant Nigel Hornsby, Corporal Harper Martin, and Charlotte Scharnhauser.
Schnarrenhäuser.
Scharnhauser. Charlotte. That's what I'm calling you.
Yeah.
What I took.
It's
What I
obvious
took.
it's by design.
Mean.
Challenge my first year German course. So you four basically will fall under the HQ unit or group of one of the platoons. So these other people behind you are all your backups. They're the squads that'll help you. They're directly under Carl Weber's command. Unless you're planning on taking 2 platoons, then you would move Nigel off to command the other.
No, just one is fine, right? So.
But you guys can figure that out. But at minimum, this is what you guys can have these people with you as your backups to come with you, or it's just you 4 in these. But at least you guys can easily command 1 platoon's worth of your special troops. Because I assume you guys aren't. Because I don't think anyone's operating. I don't think you guys are taking jeeps. I'm assuming you're not taking the weapons group with you.
No.
Well, I mean, I've got 1 operate in case we need to drive a car.
Yep. So, any other special requisitions before we go any further? I think you got all your stuff.
There was the plasma.
Want some blood plasma?
Yeah. Do you guys think we might need that? I can't carry it. That's the thing. It's very heavy. I think for a spec ops mission, carrying blood plasma would be maybe a little bit too much.
Yeah, particularly I think they're still in big glass bottles at this point rather than the plastic.
Okay. No, I think they come in the plastic in the pouches. No.
No, not at this point. It's all glass.
Plus, I'm pretty sure plasma requires refrigeration to preserve.
Oh well.
Whoops.
That fell through.
One thing you want to know for your medical pouch: there's only 10 uses of it.
Yeah, I will note that.
Will we get a chance to requisition some other stuff once we learn what the mission exactly
Yes.
is, or okay?
Yeah. This early bit is what makes the requisitions you guys are doing right now in a meta sense is the major kind of having a I wonder what they should have ahead of time. And he goes, this makes sense. I'll make sure they have a suitcase radio. There's no check. But if there's anything after the briefing, then it's like, okay, well now you need to roll to convince him. Some things he might just go, yeah, sure. Like if someone's like, oh, I don't want this weapon, I want this weapon instead. It's like, that's no sweat off my neck, whatever, sure. But if it's anything odd, then you'll need to roll to convince him. He's like, like if you're like, hey, we want a Jeep. You're not a weapons unit, so I'm not keen to do that because I'm taking one from somebody. Sell me on it, you know.
Right.
Can I make a suggestion that we have dog tags and escape and evasion kits? Both are tiny.
Yes.
What is an escape and evasion kit?
It has a hacksaw, a compass, and 5 gold coins, and a set of rings of various legal tender values. It's used for bribing people.
Oh.
So when you want to try to come back across the lines, you need a way to get away.
Yeah.
Also, you can stuff it into a bag, into into plain clothes. You can stuff it into a coat and be like, well, there, I have something. So if I need to run away, I have the bare minimum.
Okay. Dog tags.
And dog tags just honestly for identifying.
In case we die.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah. I would also suggest at least one of us takes binoculars if they're available.
Your first lieutenant has it.
Perfect.
Yeah, I've got the map case, compass, and binoculars.
Good.
I would like a garrote, but it's not in the book.
Like a rock. Well, on God's green earth. You take some of the radio wire out of the radio and you can choke with that, yeah.
Because my service branch is military intelligence, my career is assassin, and my specialization is silent assassin 1.
Oh, I see.
Which gives me a bonus when I'm sneaking up to like silently take down a guard or something.
I'll have you assign some garrote wire. I'll keep that in mind.
All right.
So you are a graduate of the School of Mayhem and Murder.
Yes.
I'm also an assassin, but I'm less a silent assassin and more fucking fast and running away.
Right.
Bang! Run!
And I'm more like, oh, hey, got a light? Stab! Stabby, stab, stab, stab! I have created a true sociopath. His virtues are confident and charismatic, and his flaw is ruthless.
Mine too.
Oh. You have to choose 2 virtues?
I got one for one of my...
understood.
My professional thing, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this guy, if he survives the war, is totally going to be recruited by the Dulles brothers.
Only...
I mean, hard of hearing is also a good flaw.
Yeah.
Should think about that.
Why would that happen? Bang! Bang! Bang!
Right.
I chose irritating as my flaw.
You know, I live with you, so I'm not going to continue that conversation.
I chose a very appropriate one, considering who this guy is and its know-it-all.
I was debating also picking that one, so I'm glad I didn't.
We know that's what you are, but like, what's your character?
Hardy har har.
And I chose as my character's virtues enthusiastic. I was debating.
I like blowing stuff up.
I am
You know what?
compassionate.
Yes.
I take disrespectful instead of 2 people being ruthless.
So who's buddy? Is the class divide alive and well?
It's the class and gender divide, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
oh,
somebody,
man, Ensley, if you wanna swap,
somebody
I'm
has
fine with that.
somebody has to keep the
I mean,
English
the point
professor
is,
from stepping in holes.
if you have any preference, just say it. I think we others were pretty much like,
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
want someone else, that's fine. I'm fine with being someone else's buddy or having someone else as my buddy.
Oh no, that's fine. I could be your buddy. I already threw away your gas mask.
So the query I have, as a sort of background thing, how do Weber and Hornsby know each other? Because you guys wouldn't necessarily be part of. You're being added to the 655th now, so you guys probably were two different services for a little while.
Well, weren't you military intelligence as well, Hornsby?
No, I was
Oh.
academia and dropped out to be a researcher, private researcher.
Oh, I'm confusing you with Martin, who's the other
Yes.
MI, right?
So yeah, maybe it's better if you two be buddies. I don't know.
Yeah, let's do
Yeah.
that because
Sure.
my guy seems to be the kind who would buddy up with the person who likes to blow things up. I kill people and you blow things up, and we are both out of military intelligence.
Yeah, and it would make sense for us to know each other
Right.
because Camp X served as a training center for the OSS.
Mm.
Also, Camp X is where a lot of the tactics were devised that kind of led to a lot of the entries in the Geneva Convention. So,
Yes.
because Canada's, I forget which YouTuber it was that had this joke about Canada and Poland both being nations that operate under the convention of it's not a war crime if it's not in the Geneva Convention yet.
Right.
So Hornsby, who's your buddy?
Charlotte.
Charlotte?
yeah.
How do you two know each other?
Well, I'd like to say, for instance, my father was a man who had many railroads, and not only above ground railroads, one could also say he had underground railroads. Get it? So if Charlotte was a wanted woman in Germany for the things she did, honestly, I think she would be. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
we
Pretty
could say
sure.
that on my agreeance, I was like, hey, Dad, we should get this woman out to serve in the MI6. And Dad was like, okay, yeah, sure. That sounds like a good idea. It'll get me good with the politicians. Good idea, son. You're not as dumb as I thought.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I switched my second language to English. Would be weird for me to flee to France, though. So, to meet you, that would be. Yeah.
Yes, count the English as being the only ones who would take a wanted murder and say, here's a, here's a title and a rifle. Good luck. Go get Jerry.
I mean, there is a point in the war where you don't want to go to France anymore.
Yeah. Not a murderer, a resistance fighter.
Oh yeah, we call them
A resistance murderer.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what we call them these days. Quite right. Oh, I have made the perfect token. I have made an absolutely wonderful token.
Where's your token? Oh, there's your token.
I'm uploading it right now. I have made an absolutely wonderful one.
I have to find one.
There he is.
I need to make one.
Oh, for God's sakes, you, Lori. When you 12-year-old Hugh Laurie.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Actually, I might make a. Yeah, I think that is what I will make a reference to in my token. I just need to find it.
Corby will know who I'm talking about, but maybe it would have been better if I chose one of these guys. Always the onions. The traveling onion salesman.
I'll never escape onions, will I? There's another streamer who I mod for who everyone over there calls me Onion because of Corbinian.
Really?
Corbinian Onion.
Onion. Oh, God.
Wah, wah.
I just need the.
Two jumps in a cymbal fall off a cliff. Yeah, there you go.
Alright, what am I missing? Trying to pull up the book. My brain. There we go. So, I got all your gear, got your characters built, you know what kind of unit you are. At present, you're not worried about a vehicle, but stealing a vehicle down the line is something that will totally happen. I'm fairly certain. Because this game does have rules for being an armored unit, which is hilarious, and also intensely dangerous. Because in this game, you guys can, with a crit, you can get killed. Individually, but if you're in a vehicle unit and your vehicle gets crit, everyone in the vehicle can get killed all at once. It's like, oh yeah. God. It's like, well, on the plus side, you're in a vehicle, so, you know.
Because the ammo picks off, obviously.
Although keep in mind that can happen to you in trucks and cars, too. So if the Germans start unloading on your car, you might want to get out before you all get killed in it. Or drive away, I suppose. That's another option. But, you know, still. This game can get very deadly very quickly if you're not careful, so... Lots of sneaking, lots of perception, lots of good planning, and you should be okay.
Tell you what, Patton didn't need the Germans to get himself killed.
The entire world at war, and I'm to be left out of it? God will not permit this to happen. Still a great movie, George C. Scott. Oh my gosh.
And there was something else I was going to do. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Where it is.
I found a really good image, and I know Corby might get the reference that this is going to be for my token. You might get it, you might not. It's been a while since we watched that show.
I do not know.
You get it.
Oh, do I though? Oh, geez, I don't remember. The face rings a bell though. Where's she from?
X Company.
Oh, man, it's been way too long since we watched it. I'm gonna watch it again.
Yeah. Though my character concept is more like the comms guy, but that's alright. By the way, good show from CBC if anyone is interested in like World War II spy thrillers.
What is it?
X Company.
X Company. I'll put it on the list.
It's also like it's Canadian and Hungarian spy thriller. So
And I'm going to give each of you bonus 5 XP, because I'm going to presume that you guys did some stuff during the war, because we are in the late war, so there's a presumption you guys did some stuff before the events of being pulled into the 655th Diamond Company.
cool.
We just list XP as the dots. Wait, some dots are already filled up. What the heck?
If you click on the one on the far right, they all go away. Or far left, rather. Excuse me.
Except for the one on the far left itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, that's all right. Now I need to look up what different things, what XP costs.
If those are wondering at home, this giving experience at the top is how you simulate a character who's already by the time the story starts, it simulates them having done stuff already in previous, earlier in the war. Makes more sense in late war to do that. If you're at the very beginning of the war, it's like, unless your character was already serving before the war started. But although I am having trouble finding where you spend your XP. I just know how to give it to you. I'm not sure how you...
Page 52.
Page 52?
Yeah. It's right under the XP gain guide. So, new skill is 5 XP up to your attribute level. Over your attribute level is 7 XP. Specialization.
Well, there it is. I see it.
One is 5. Etc. So yeah, I think I will increase increased close combat by 1 and spend my 5 XP that way. Reasoning being that character concept, it makes sense for my character to have at least some close combat training.
Where's the XP thing?
Page 52.
52.
Pardon me, sorry.
There. I'm just noting my XP in the specializations because you can't actually zero out the XP tracks.
Yeah, I will go for the notes.
Yeah. As long as you all know how it tracks it, I'm fine. It's however you do it. It is weird the sheet does that though.
Yeah.
Makes more that type of experience thing makes more sense in like paper when you're actually like writing it with pencil and erasing it.
Yeah.
On a digital thing, it's like, you need a way to zero these out and keep track of how many you spent and so on, which I guess that's what notes would be anyway.
So I will take a point of survival. Because someone has to do it.
Ran away enough times, you're like, look, there's only so many times I could pop into a corner shop and buy stuff. I have to start surviving out in the wild.
Yeah. I mean, that's how you do it.
I'll be 1 second.
No.
Oh, I didn't know that was a Canadian show.
What is?
Flashpoint.
Oh.
Sorry, I was looking up X Company, and they mentioned that it was the creators who made it also made Flashpoint. And so it's like Flashpoint. And yeah, I never gave Flashpoint a try, but given how much I liked X Company, I might want to see if we have it on any of the streaming services, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm back.
oh, I'm just putting the link to the show so that folks who want to look up X Company can.
I don't think I'll spend my XP now. I'll bank it for later.
Yep. Just getting something set up here. I think we actually have enough time to do some of the briefing. So we might get some extra stuff going on here. But yeah, I'm actually surprised how quick, like I did when I made a dry run of a character, and I was like, I wonder how hard it is to make a character in the system. Because I've never built a character in a year zero. And I was like, this, and more sort of being something. It's not like Twilight 2000 or Walking Dead or something like that. So I was like, I've never messed with it. It's like, oh, how involved is this? Like, not. It can be a little involved, but it's not like once you're done, you kind of get wrapped up pretty quickly. As opposed to like a very detailed point buy system, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If we were playing D&D, God forbid, I think we'd still be making them.
I can make D&D characters fairly quickly, but that's just out of experience. But even then, it's like, oh, sorry, I take that back. A low-level character is super easy to make. The minute you start going further than that, it's like, yeah, welcome to the weeds.
Did you complete your group's overall mission or fail, but give it a good try? Yeah, we gave it a good try, guys.
Finishing off a graphic.
I'm tempted to get stunt driver. Because when we steal a car or a vehicle, that's the kind of talent we're going to need for it. Or I could get tanker. Steal a Panzer.
Yeah, because you can only drive tanks if you have the tanker.
Yeah, the specialization.
Oh, actually, better idea. I can get to it. No, computer, stop helping. No, not
I think
there.
I will take another point in command instead.
But I want it. I think I'm making a graphic I don't need to do.
As a question for you, GM,
Mm-hmm.
are you doing the medals optional role? Page 54.
Basically, the medals
Yeah.
do things for you, kind of like an STA.
Yeah, I'd be using the medals, yeah.
Cool. I was just curious.
Though honestly, these probably won't be given to you until after you've done the operation, and if we continue on to a future operation, then you'll benefit from those medals. Because you don't really get them in medias res.
I also I find it amusing that they mildly censored the acronym for FUBAR.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, come on, we know what that is.
Well, they put an asterisk there,
Yeah.
so like they know that what it is.
They know that we know that they know, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Right. What are lucky straights actually used for?
That's what's called, right?
Okay. Okay. I see how they work. Okay, cool.
So, any other XP or questions, XP spends or questions about the unit or your characters? Because I'm about to go into our prologue, I think. Because we have enough time. We have like a whole, we're still like a whole hour before we normally stop.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Whoop. So, Operation Valkyrie's End is an operation that history doesn't really record very much, because it was a secret operation that happened in the midst of the overall strategic Operation Lumberjack, where After the Battle of the Bulge, where the Germans tried to basically replicate the successes of their Blitzkrieg at the start of the war, they basically tried to do that again. It didn't really work. They got stalled out pretty bad, and were being shoved out of France, and being pushed across Belgium, and largely racing toward the Rhine to get across and blowing up every bridge they could, but also trying to get their troops back over the line. Meanwhile, the Allies are basically Operation Lumberjack. Of all the operations that World War II ever came across, it was the most simple operation in that it was simply get to the Rhine as fast as you can. No bureaucratic red tape. No, don't wait around for extra orders. Just go. Get there. If nothing else, secure the Rhine on our side so we can start building bridges over it. And that led to, in the midst of all that, as you can imagine, that's a massive operation. You have all this racing, everyone's tired, everyone's trying to fight on both sides, huge prisoners being taken, lots of places being liberated. And in the files, Operation Valkyrie's End is one of those operations that just, it's on file, and for some people, it's the sort of thing they could look up. And one particular person in modern day did look it up. Fine. Oh, I have their token. Come here. Computer. In the modern day, this woman comes up to, steps out of a train station in Remagen, seeing a rather bustling village, a town that is on the west bank of the Rhine. She checks out her smartphone, looking stuff up, trying to get her bearings on where exactly she's trying to get to. She's not from here by any means. She speaks passable German to the people that she passes by, smiling at them, nodding at them, taking a walk about, and thinking about what happened at the Battle of Remagen, this rather pivotal battle that had the unusual capacity for the fact that as everything was happening at Operation Lumberjack, there was a huge assumption that almost all the bridges were going to be blown up either by the Germans or by the Allies. But Ludendorff Bridge, when the 9th Armored Division got to it, were surprised to find that it was actually there, that the Germans hadn't blown it up yet, and the Allies managed not to blow it up. So everything became about taking the bridge. Where this lady is now, that bridge is no longer there. It collapsed in the midst of the fighting over several days. But there is the remnants of the bridge. These two, on either side of the river, there are these two large stone towers. And she goes to one of them, which is the Peace Museum, which has various pictures and photographs of the battle, of the bridge when it was still there, and it remarks on the events of that day. And a lot of it's stuff that this woman's seen before. But there's one particular picture that she's looking for, and she sees finally a collection of there's a picture of a wider part of a place of a sort of command post that was set up before the actual push to the city, to Remagen. And it simply notes it as Command Post 17B Allied Division, and it shows various vehicles and stuff like that, so it's a nice little picture. But the one part, she walks right up to the picture, and she looks very closely, takes off her sunglasses, and she sees there's a collection of 4 people who she has many questions about. Because as far as she knows, this is the only picture of some of the operatives of Operation Valkyrie's End. And the only reason she knows that is because she got special permit. She was able to get at some freedom of information type stuff from her government to look this thing up. Because to her, there is an academic curiosity about the operation, about what it was, what really happened, what did these people discover, and why is it so secretive even now? She's only getting bits and pieces, and she's going to have to basically retrace their steps and figure out where they went and what they did. And maybe learn something about her own family's past. So, we focus upon a collection of tents and vehicles, various soldiers milling around, as the First Army has all its elements moving together. People are coming around to getting orders from this, that, or the other, getting resupplied. There's trucks moving around, tanks rolling along, as everyone basically is racing to catch up to the Germans as fast as possible. And this is kind of one of the few staging areas that will kind of be here just long enough for the various commanders to get updates on what they want, what command wants them to do. But everything's. But this is also a place where people have the briefest moment to actually stop and rest. There's a certain sense that the war is very much turned in the Allies' favor. So much territory has been claimed back by this point. Huge swaths of German troops have been destroyed or captured. But what stands out, as one photographer kind of steps up and kind of is talking, is set up on a little hill, and he takes a picture on behalf of the Allied military as a sort of propaganda thing as well. But part of it's propaganda to send back home, but also it's historical. This is a moment that needs to be recorded in time, and for particular individuals, you four are walking across the grass on this clear day, as various people are milling around, and you know that you're part of the 655th Diamond Company. People look at you guys, and there's the half second of who are these people, because most of the people around here know each other, like they've run into each other's units. Your unit, they've never run into before. But then again, there's lots going on. A brief query to a nearby officer. Whoops. Put down your name. Save. Yes. And after a quick double check of, this person's for real, they are able to go, oh, okay. Yeah, that person's, whoops. This token, yes. What is the demeanor of these four people as they're walking over to the Major Wilkes command tent? Because the four of you kind of know each other to some degree as it is, and all four of you have served in the war to some degree.
First Lieutenant?
Sorry, I had a mouthful of Oreo there. Whoever is, smiling, relaxed, very carrying himself very confidently. He has that weird ability of his uniform is, it's not rumpled, and if you looked at it, everything is perfectly as it should be and would pass inspection without thinking about it. But somehow he manages to look kind of, just really comfortable, and like the uniform is, disheveled when it actually isn't. So he looks like just, completely comfortable and just kind of very easy in his movements and manner.
Nigel should walk somewhere close behind him. He is A bit more stiff, whereas the first lieutenant has a. Well, would you say he has a bit of a scruffle on his chin, like a little patch of beard?
Yeah. He's a little scruffy. He hadn't shaved in a couple days. He's been out in the field.
Yeah, Nigel maintains his facial hair at a complete minimum, a very, very clean shave, as can be seen. His uniform, the uniform of the British Armed Forces, not even wrinkled, tries to keep it as immaculate as possible. And while at rest or while marching, keeps his rifle slung over his right shoulder via the sling that's on the rifle. Medic bag hanging off his left shoulder, and the backpack with the bulky radio hanging off his back.
Do you guys still have the bulky radio? I thought you had the suitcase now.
Well, it is a bulky suitcase still. It has to be inside the backpack, so it is bulky.
Oh, okay, so your backpack kind of bulging with the fact that you've stuffed a briefcase in there.
Stuffed a briefcase and a couple of other things along my K rations as well, so. It's jingling, it's jangling, and yeah, there's a lot of things going on. But loaded like a pack mule, but still managing to walk somewhat straight up, but you can see in his gait that he has a limp. Something on his left leg. He limps ever so slightly behind the first lieutenant.
Corporal Martin, what do you look like as you're following after them?
Martin is dressed in a Canadian women's auxiliary, women's Army Corps uniform. As she is heavily laden down with various equipment. Her backpack is filled almost to bursting, and various other things are just like strapped to the outside of it to make for additional carrying, and places just to put stuff. Her hair is tied back in a military regulation hairdo. The one thing that anybody would notice about her immediately, at one point in her life, her nose was broken quite badly and not set properly. It is visible and immediately apparent.
One of those things that probably takes a soldier off guard, where it's like, oh, there's hey, look, a lady soldier's here, and ooh, someone bopped her in the nose pretty darn hard. It's like, it has nothing to do with the war, funny enough, but that's what people think. Yeah. It's like, oh, must have been a war thing. It's like, no, happened before the war.
Yep. And she will be walking along, kind of walking a bit and then trotting a bit, because she's significantly shorter than the two officers, and needs to kind of dogleg it to keep up with their natural brisker walking speed.
And what of Charlotte, the one person who's probably not, who has uniform, but I don't know if you're even bothering to wear it, because you're not really part of the armed forces.
I mean, I think she doesn't even like wear a real uniform, but like more yeah. I think the whole demeanor is, okay, you are not military. Like everything is a little bit too relaxed and rough, and yeah, she's kind of slouching behind them by choice. Everything seems a little bit disrespectful to the whole military culture, but on the same time there's this determination of someone who wants to be here really, really bad.
Yeah, you get the feeling that if you're giving off your disrespectful attitude to any officers you walked by, you'd get a lot more trouble for it. But a couple things are saving you. One, you're in the presence of officers anyway, so if anyone's going to yell at you, it's those two, and they're kind of shielding you a little bit from other units. Also, you're in the midst of this company you've been assigned to. So these people are kind of read in to the fact that you're part of the lieutenant's command group, HQ group. So they're giving you a little more. They don't know what you're up to. They don't know what you are. They just know that you're with him, whatever is going on here. Because a lot of soldiers here have been assigned from other units or pulled from other places into this new company, and it's a lot of the sergeants telling people, stop asking questions, clean your rifle. I don't care what you think, go get me this, you know. It's a lot of this group of people trying to get together and seeing the four of you kind of waltz through your makeshift at ease motion. But are you in like civilian clothes, or do you bother wearing the olive drab uniform that most of the people here are wearing? Or are you just stuffed with all your stuff?
I think she wears the uniform, but like in this way that usually you kind of have like military signs and so on like visible. She just doesn't care. She just isn't really like, there is no knowledge about how to properly do that, and not really an incentive for her to learn it.
It's like, put on the jacket so they can see the armband, put on the belt, okay, put on the boots, okay. There's a certain way to do it, I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
This just makes sure no one shoots me. Also, you're walking around with German firearms, aren't you? Like the Mauser and a Luger.
Yeah, but I think it's like, it's kind of obvious that they are like not used by that is kind of a statement to wear them as kind of a proud, okay, I looted that.
Yeah. There's some mutterings from some of the troops about, it's like, they're questioning who you are, what you're doing here. You don't look like, but it's like, well, then again, that question that immediately gets shut down by a sergeant or a staff sergeant going, shut up, get to your job. Stop asking questions. It's a lot of that going around. Especially in your platoon where it's like, no, she's with the lieutenant. If you want to keep your head up on your shoulders, shut up. Don't give her trouble. Other platoons may give you trouble, but your platoon's definitely not going to. They don't know your story, but if you're walking through a camp like this without too much trouble, I can't imagine what they could be thinking. Do any of you say anything to each other as you're walking over to Major Wilkes's command tent?
Not on my end, no.
No, I don't think so.
Emanate a dread aura as we walk.
Look it up, folks. This is probably where we get the straight dope on what we'll be up to for the next little bit.
A straight what?
Straight dope.
What's a dope?
Not to strike things too close to home, but the information on our next mission is what I'm talking about.
Oh, grand.
Hopefully we'll be putting one right up Herr Hitler.
I was getting a bit tired of all this sitting around. I suppose you'll think we'll be sent across the border then?
I think ultimately the whole damn First Army is going to be sending itself across the border.
Oh, no surprise there. I suppose we do want to make it to Berlin before the blasted Reds do. They said Christmas, right? Christmas and we'll be done.
Yeah, they did. They said that they said that in 1942, and they said that in 1943, and they said that last year. So
do you know the worst thing? Our government said that in 1939.
Yes.
Something tells me it's not going to be Christmas again.
I don't know. After Aachen and what the news is saying about the Reds, I think they may finally be on their last legs. God knows they don't act like it, though.
We trust the communists to get our job done for us. Don't think we'll get anywhere.
Don't be too sure.
With the Reds, I never am sure, Lieutenant.
political affiliation aside, those boys can fight.
Wouldn't want to be on the other side of their gun, I suppose.
All right, let's see what the Major has to say, folks.
You walk into the tent. You see the captain that assists the second commandant of the whole company. Kind of looks over at you as they're talking to the radio sergeant and working out something. He just kind of looks over at you and gives a quick salute at you, and then very brusquely kind of waves you to keep going to where the Major is.
Fair enough.
It's like, salute, yes, go away, go over there.
Yep, salute back.
And head on into the Major's office, I guess?
It's on the other side of the tent, as you see a collection of tables and maps.
Yeah,
and
fair enough.
Else.
What do the maps represent?
They seem to be showing the countryside along the Rhine, and it shows various unit details of various lines moving this way and that. Pins that have been put here and there, little strings in detailing this, that, and the other. And then there's a big ol' there is a red diamond kind of placed roughly where you guys seem to be. You guys seem to be a little bit of ways away from the river still. And it looks like there's some units ahead of you, according to the map, on a quick glance. Which specific one, you'd have to sit there and think about it, but it's obvious you guys are at a base camp further back from the line. And most likely there's probably fighting happening as you're talking and walking around. Well, a running fight, but still.
Walk up,
We'll peer at that curiously.
throw a salute at the Major.
Salute.
I will also salute.
Begrudgingly salute.
First Platoon HQ, reporting as ordered, sir.
Major Wilkes kind of looks over, hat kind of tucked under an arm. He kind of, he's in a U.S. Army uniform, whereas his captain is British, which you get in the feeling this seems to be sort of like the Devil's Brigade, except it's more U.S. Britain rather than U.S. Canada. Although the presence of Corporal Martin in a Canadian uniform, it's like there's this weird mix of things going on. So there you are a very mixed unit, along with some smattering of resistance fighters and criminals who have been pulled into the company. So it's a very the most military-looking people are the officers, and everyone else kind of has a smattering of the only thing that unites all of you is the red diamond with 655 printed in the middle. And it looks brand new. It's almost like your company only started existing this month.
And they're the officers who came out of Camp X, so who look at home with whatever crowd they're with.
Let me punch out a certain token for somebody. One second.
I'm sorry, I couldn't do it myself.
No, it's okay. I like getting to do it. These people started taking it away from me. I don't get to do it anymore.
Yeah, I might have taken Che Guevara's second wife.
Oh.
I went straight for the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, so.
I gotta watch that. I hesitated watching it. I wasn't sure if I was gonna like it or not.
It's dumb but fun.
His second wife is pretty good looking. If that's her.
Did I not download? Where'd it go? How did I lose it? Let's try that again.
Although, if you want a really fun World War II movie, Sisu is far better than it has any right to be.
The Finnish War.
Yeah.
War? Yeah.
Well, it's World War II, but yeah, I think it's a Finnish movie. But yeah, I mean, it's just in its own ultra-violent way, brilliant.
Boop. Boop. Do this. Nameplate. Yes. Save. Update. Yes. Aha. So you can imagine how that lady in the future, looking at the picture of the four of you walk around, an American officer, a British officer, a German who is a woman who's in military uniform but doesn't look like she knows how to wear it or cares to wear it properly, and then some Canadian auxiliary lady. It's like, what is with this picture? What's with the red diamond on their shoulders? Who are these people? Major Wilkes himself has a few medals on his uniform. He's served with some distinction during the war. There's a reason he made Major, and he's gotten as far as he has, and why he's being trusted with this mission. He is currently wearing a Silver Star and a Distinguished Service Medal, along with various other like minor things indicating he served here, served there.
A Silver Star, that's pretty good.
He snaps a salute when you give it to him.
Yep.
Well, Lieutenant Weber, it's about time we got everyone all ship-shapen together. I'm glad that you had the chance to get a look around. What's your thoughts so far on the 655th?
Well, sir, it's a motley crew, but I think they can get the job done.
And Lieutenant Hornsby, was it?
Yes, Second Lieutenant Nigel Edward Lionel Hornsby III, here on borrowment from the 1st British Army.
I'm glad they're able to spare you. We can always use a bit of skilled bloody work, shall we say. And I think we'll have plenty for you to do.
Yes, sir. Like you said, sir. Shipshape in Bristol fashion, sir.
And he looks over at Corporal Martin. Martin, you recognize that Wilkes has been to Camp X before. And there's a look of, you've seen each other before. He's not used to you being in uniform. So it's that look of blink of, huh? Who are you? You recognize him. He wasn't a major back then when you met him the first time. And then he just kind of blinks and goes, Corporal? I believe you're Corporal Martin, correct?
Yes, that's correct. We've met before, Major, though it was some time ago, and you've moved up in the world since then.
He froze his brow at you just out of sheer, like, huh?
She'll smile.
He does spend a beat or two of, where do I know this person? And then he makes a mental note of, he's going to ask his captain later about you, like, why do I know who you are. I feel like I should know who you are. I mean, he knew your name from, like, the list and people he requisitioned and stuff, but there's that look of, he hasn't connected dots why he knows who you are. Like, and then he looks to Charlotte. He looks over your uniform. Raises an eyebrow, noticing the lack of any, like, there's no private badge. It's just the only thing that indicates you're in the military is you're in a uniform and you have the diamond on your shoulder, and that's it, really.
He just stares.
I'm told that you and Corporal Martin have... Oh, wait, no. I got that wrong. You and Lieutenant Hornsby have crossed paths before.
Yes, that is correct. Mr. Hornsby was nice enough to organize my way out of Nazi Germany, so...
Underground Railroad, sir, before things got a bit south for the Jerrys.
You know to shoot that rifle, Private?
Sure.
Begging the Major's pardon, but she's one of the reasons things went south for the Jerrys, as Lieutenant Hertz it. In fact, she's put Several Jerrys, far south, about 6 feet south. Repeatedly.
Well, I dare say I think Brass have actually given me a good bit of unit to work with. As you're probably been made somewhat aware from your summons from Supreme Headquarters, this company is being tasked with a special mission, Operation Valkyrie's End. And although the name may suggest that we're going after good old Adolf, that's not what our target is.
Well, that's disappointing.
And here I was thinking we'd stroll off into Berlin like we owned the place. Oh well.
One problem at a time. Here we have the operation. We have the operational area that we'll be working within. Now, your mission is, as part of First Army, we are going to be approaching the Rhine, and according to some intelligence, the bridge at Remagen, Ludendorff Bridge, was going to be intact. And during that battle, the Germans are going to be rather annoyed that we want to cross. They very much don't want us to. And, well, the general is not one to take no for an answer when it comes to such things. Now, as we're going to be securing that bridge, or hopefully we're going to be securing that bridge, one way or the other, Operation Valkyrie's End is to get you lot not only across that river, across the Rhine, past the lines, and further beyond. You are going to be going to the village of Horschel to meet with a contact, which currently will be listed as Agent W. Lieutenant Weber, I'll be handing you particulars about how to make contact. You can distribute that in a more private setting. When you meet with the agent in Horschel, they will be pointing you on how to break into, infiltrate the castle Wartburg. Now, the reason why we're going through all this trouble is simply because, according to our intelligence, it seems that the Germans are working on some sort of new bioweapon. He snaps his fingers and waves at the captain to hand him something, and the captain kind of races over, hands him some papers. The GM looks through his notes again. They are working on a bioweapon that we don't know the particulars of its exact use, only that they seem to be very, very keen on it being... Not only do they believe it's one of their wonder weapons is actually close to being made ready to use, but it is being developed and possibly shipped out of this castle. Now, by the end of month, by April, we believe that our air assets will be able to bomb both Eisenach and the castle, and do what damage we can, and hopefully destroy it. The problem is we don't know exactly what we're destroying, how deep under the ground it is, and even if it's still there. According to Agent W, it is there, and the SS are going through a lot of effort to hide that anything is even in the castle other than anti-air guns and some officers playing at nightliness. Your job will be to get into the castle, verify the item in question, if there's any material, to grab it, samples, prototypes, papers appertaining to the weapon, any assets you can take out as well, such as scientists, researchers, if you can find them there. If you're unable to secure those things, or you don't believe it is feasible to do so, you are authorized to eliminate any possibility of the enemy capturing it as best you can. And beyond that, you are to contact us via the radio that you've been assigned to instruct us whether we maintain the current air attack as planned, Or if the weapon absolutely positively needs to be destroyed, then we focus on the castle in its entirety, and we plan to level that. We plan to make the mountain a lot more level, and focus all our bombardment on it. If there's nothing there worth consequence, or you've taken care of it on your own, then you will inform us, and we will focus our bombings on the manufactories in Eisenach, and limp them that way. You will be given. You have been given some escape and evasion kits, so you'll be given leave to either try to re-escape back across the line, wait out in some village until we get to you, or flee toward the Soviet lines if you think neither of those options are at all feasible. Any questions so far about the operation?
If I may, Major, I know we're not exactly monuments men, but what if this castle is a sort of something that should be preserved rather than leveled with the ground?
Well, then the Germans shouldn't have put their secret weapons research into it.
I understand that much, First Lieutenant, but credit where credit is due. We can't exactly go around demolishing the monuments.
If this is a weapon that the Germans seem to think, and Nazi High Command seems to think, will be enough to turn the war around. And according to Agent W, they've done a lot of secret stuff over there, but they've never been this quiet and this excited at the same time. We can't risk, if the weapon is there and you're unable to destroy it yourselves, or it's so big that it requires aerial bombardment, then we're going to have to do what's best for the free world rather than risk for the sake of historical preservation. And heck, if it's not even there and we just had bad intelligence, then we just saved ourselves blowing up a castle for no good reason. I mean, it'll still get bombed because of the attacks, but, it'd be a lot easier to focus our fire when we know what exactly we're shooting at. Oh, and the code name for this thing, there it is. I couldn't find it in my notes for such a long time. Is, forgive my bad German, Dämmerung. Twilight, I believe is the translation. And that's all we really know about it, is that it's in there, it's being developed, that's the name of it. And Agent W would have tried to destroy it, but apparently the SS have fortified Castle Wartburg pretty soundly, so he can't really get in there by himself. But he does know of a route to get you in to the castle. Now, the intention and purpose of 655th is to assist you in getting across the line. And if you four are the entirety of this plan. You four have unique skills and experiences that allow you to get to where you're going and destroy the implement, and are trusted enough to see the severity of the situation. If you believe you can get more squads or platoons with you, that I leave to your discretion, Weber. You will be vanguard of the push through. So if you believe that you can get more through, then do so. If you believe that the best you can do is the four of you, then that's what's going to happen, because you're the one with the knowledge. Everyone else here, their job is to support your HQ unit. As far as the rest of the First Army is concerned, we're none of their business. We're not here. This is a top secret mission that I would have loved to make just the five of us, but Command really doesn't believe we can get... if the Ludendorff Bridge is no longer there, then we're going to need a lot more firepower to get across than we are anticipating.
Sir, a question, if I may. What about the forces between us and the village should we pierce through their lines? Do we have any intelligence?
The good thing is that they seem to be they're heavily focused upon the Rhine itself, holding that sort of natural fortification, if you will. there is a garrison we know within Eisenach and a minor garrison in the village of Horschel. Between those two, in that bit of countryside, we're unsure. We don't know this exact disposition of their units currently, but we do know that there are some panzer units that are heading toward the front, in hopes of keeping us on our side of the river. And thankfully, the Luftwaffe are very tied up with our allied air forces, so they won't be doing too much scanning of the ground. Though I do imagine that the enemy intelligence assets will be trying to ferret out anyone. But again, they're more worried about the river than they are the line behind quite so much, until you get to villages proper. There are some smaller villages along the way, but how much they are manned, or even if people are still there, we don't know. We know that there's a lot of refugees who are being pushed across the Rhine right now, so thankfully a lot of their military efforts are fighting us, and also trying to get their people out deeper into Germany.
GM, are the scales on the ruler correct on this map?
Yes.
Okay. So,
And mind you, the Rhine isn't actually like 25 kilometers across. That's just...
Right.
Yeah.
But we're looking at 175 mile or kilometer hike once we get across the lines, roughly. Yeah. So about 108 miles. Ready?
Oh, should we do it, Bo? No, Lieutenant?
Oh, God.
Oh, I'm big.
On screen.
Should be. What do we know about civilians in this area?
I'm going to ask for Charlotte to give me an intelligence roll insight. That's a fail with one dud. Do you wish to push your luck, or are you going to not know?
Well, she got a 6.
Did she? 2, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, no sixes there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't scrolled down far enough. No.
No. I just not know.
There is a look. The major kind of looks at you briefly to see if you know anything, but either you're not from this area or your information sold that's not useful to you. But the major just continues on after he realizes you're not going to pipe in. Well, frankly, we know not nearly enough. So much of our intelligence has waned due to the chaos of the... Most of our intelligence was about getting onto the... across into France and elsewhere into Belgium. So a lot of the intelligence here has turned into old mush. But my understanding and my inkling is that there's going to be some who are part of this new sort of people's militia that Hitler's deciding to scare up and try to basically bulk his army with just regular people with rifles. But there are quite a few people who are not too happy and will be perfectly willing to give us some shelter. Who specifically that is, the only person who has the most knowledge on the ground would be Agent W, who is in village of Horschel. Their job, not only to give you the information that you're looking for, but also they are our best intelligence asset in the area with the most up-to-date information. They know that Horschel is somewhere that they can put you safely, as close as they can to Eisenach itself. Between here and there, you'd have to ask him to know the specifics.
Fair enough.
Perhaps this is more of a question for your radio officer, but we will try to keep in contact with you. Any advice on how we should encrypt our data and code names?
Hornsby, I'm going to ask you for a roll. I'm going to call it Intelligence Tech. Your difficulty is +1 because you're getting assistance from the company operator.
Yeah, how's that?
That is a success.
Yeah, well, better be.
You got at least 1 6. That was very close. You almost didn't get any. Between you and the company operator, they kind of walk. They're summoned over, and you go over a quick back and forth of should we do this, should we do that? Maybe we should do this. What do you think, sir? Which goes beyond a lot of the command tent's head of like this isn't our bailiwick. We don't know this. But what this has turned into is that if you want to contact Major Wilkes or the rest of the company, you'll have a difficulty easement of +2 because you've now prearranged what your codes are going to be, and it's something that only got created just now, so it's very hard for the enemy to clue in on what you're doing.
And guys, what's our code name? Any suggestions? Don't give me any suggestions. I'll make one up. It won't be good.
I don't know. Wisteria.
Hysteria. Jeez. All right. What will the HQ be referring themselves as?
Diamond 6. Actual.
Diamond 6 actual. Damn.
Why is this copying in a weird way? Stop that. Hysteria. There we go. Would you give them what's the command's code name?
Diamond 6 actual.
Well, I mean, that would be the actual like military radio call sign if the major was on the line, but it could be something different.
Actually, Diamond is perfectly fine because
What about King of Diamonds? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That'd be him in particular, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how you'd refer to other parts of the command as different suits of diamonds. But King of Diamonds is the only one you really care about because that's Wilkes. And he's the one who's closest to the radio man anyway. Because you'll either get Wilkes or you get the captain, his company second. So that'd be King of Diamonds, Queen. So if you get an answer back of Queen of Diamonds, you're talking to the captain, not the major.
Okay.
Do we have any papers and other identification for when we're moving through a cross? Or are we going to need to liberate those ourselves?
We can give you some papers that will pass cursory inspection, but the problem is if you get to an actual checkpoint, you'll need more up-to-date information. You'll need a forger on the other side to get you something better or steal something while you're there.
Oh, take what we can get. As well
so in your gear, guys, you now have poor German IDs.
Civilian clothing.
Civilian clothing can be packed with you as well.
Harper, my friend, I think you're going to want some plastique and associated bells and whistles.
Yes. Absolutely, I agree.
Do we know, Major, do we know anything at all about the nature of this weapon besides that it's a bioweapon, which, like, I don't know, gas or something?
our understanding is that it's some sort of gas weapon, a better version or better mousetrap of mustard gas, which for some reason they think is going to be better. It's going to be good enough to rebuff us out of Germany, but I'm not sure how exactly they think it's going to be. So it has to be something that's new, large scale. I would presume some sort of a lab and garden of some kind or greenhouse. So you're probably going to see things along that line. Our intelligence says everything is within the castle itself, so there's none of these assets seem to be in Eisenach, the town below the castle itself. So it has to be something you can keep indoors. The nature weapon is something they must be able to make in Germany itself. It's not something they can get, because right now they seem to still believe they can make it. And I don't know how they're getting supplied outside in the current strategic sense. I don't know how they'd get something from, say, Japan. And Italy basically is useless to them now. The ocean's no good to them. No one wants to talk to them. So it has to be something only the Germany itself would be able to produce.
Nice thing about chemicals. Sometimes you don't need a lot of esoteric things.
Oh, you'll also be given leave, of course, to sabotage or damage what you can along the way, but your mission takes priority. But if you get a free chance to set alight a cache or demo a tank, I'm sure the First Army would appreciate us giving them a bit of a hand, since they are doing us a huge favor by helping us get across.
Yeah, fair enough.
If we come across railways, sir, should we leave them intact for the First Army to use if we intend to advance?
I'd say use best judgment. My inkling is no, but I won't give strict orders on that.
Yes, sir.
Corporal, you were given were you already assigned the M37s yet, or no? The satchel charges.
Yes, I was.
Good.
All right, so when's the kickoff for the punch-through operation?
Well, the next question is if you're going to try to cross the bridge, if it's still there, or if you have plans on trying to cross the Rhine elsewise. Because you're going to need to get there across. We're probably going to be hitting it over the next week. I imagine we're going to get there. If all goes well, 9th Armor is supposed to get there by end of today. So if we're lucky, you can probably try to cross, like, get in a Jeep and get down there, like, right away. But it may take longer, especially if you have to find other ways.
I don't suppose we could borrow the Royal Engineers with a pontoon vehicle. That is, if you can get such a large pontoon across the Rhine. Sure, the Germans would see it, but then again, in the cover of night.
Well, we could just take a boat. If we're just talking about the four of us, during the middle of a battle or at night, we might be able to cross the Rhine and go in unobserved.
The Rhine is quite fast, especially at this part, perhaps. I think we'll have a bit of trouble rowing unless we've got an engine with us. And engines are loud.
More like as not, I think you would have to steal one from one of the fishers if they haven't been. You'd have to secure one to get yourselves across. Because my understanding is that the stuff that we have that's going to get us across is bridge laying material. And just soldiers swimming across, but really we want to get our armored over the river, and that's going to require either a bridge being intact or building one. But if you want to get a boat, I can try to kick it up the line and get you one to walk up to it, but honestly I think you'd have a better chance of just stealing one on site and crossing that way if you think you want to avoid the bridge. Because the bridge is, if the bridge is there, it is going to be the toughest fighting. They're going to be defending with everything they have to keep it to push us off it again or level the thing.
Yeah, but if it's still there, and then it should be relatively loud, and the engine might not be a problem anymore.
Yeah.
Good point.
So that might get us, like, safer in at the same time.
So I'll leave that to your discretion to look around for one if you want to secure yourself a boat and carry it across. Unless you do, like I say, if you want to kick it up the line, then we can certainly try. You might be able to pull something from First Army that they wanted to save for something else.
Well, when does the show begin? How much time do we have to see what we can find?
I'd want to be done. I would suggest getting across within the next week. Like I say, we're going to probably be there if all goes well by end of day. I wouldn't want to wait any longer than a week, because at that point, I think they'll have reestablished their trenches, and it'll be not impossible, but a lot more difficult than it would have been otherwise. Because right now they're out of position; they're not really ready for us to really charge at them. They're just trying to get settled in. If you give them a week, they're probably going to fortify and make it really hard to cross, harder to cross than it already is.
So let's scout around, see what we can find, both boat-wise and crossing potential. If we can cross while they're distracted by the main thrust of attack, we might be our best chance to slip in without being noticed. Of course, that'll just be the four of us, but that might be the best way to play this.
And you will have control over your platoon, and I'll make sure the rest of the company is there to support you, so you're not. So we don't pull away from the rest of the First Army or the 9th Division, Armored Division's efforts,
right?
And we can make sure that you're not being, you don't get caught in a bad way, because we don't know how hard the fighting is going to be from what is in Remagen itself, because that's why I assume you're going to have to cross or nearby it. But yeah. We'll definitely support you one way or the other, and you can determine how much getting you 4 across is really the aim here. And once all that's settled and done, then hopefully it'll be smoother sailing once you're past. And you have the benefit of there being forests on the other side and mountains and hills to kind of duck into, so that should save you a bit of effort. Mind you, the enemy's going to be probably hunkered down out there somewhere as well, because, life's fair like that sometimes.
Enough. Well, if you'll excuse us, Major, we'll get to scouting out the situation.
Very good. Dismissed.
What's up?
Oops. So, the 4 of you leave the Major's tent. And the company sees some messengers from Wilkes kind of running around to the other platoons to let them know that the Major's met with 1st Platoon, and staff sergeants go over to for the 2 rifle squads. Will be kind of waiting for you at HQ as they've gotten their men settled in and ready to move wherever you need them to go.
Fair enough.
So mechanically wise, these are background characters. You can assign each squad to do a thing for you, to help you with things. If you want other units to help you, you would ask the lieutenants of those other units what you want their platoons to do. But you always have immediate command over your staff sergeants. Your platoon's always ready, easy to move around. Whereas if you want someone else to do things, you'll have to do rolls to convince them if it's really difficult or impossible.
We're at the Rhine now, so we could send our squads out to scout for boats.
Ninth Armor's heading toward it today, so it's unsure what's happening in Remagen yet. You don't know that.
Okay.
You're approaching the Rhine now. Like you're like a drive away.
Okay. So, Charlotte, come look at these maps with me. And I'll spread out maps of the area. If I were a fisherman or somebody with a decent boat, and I didn't want my boat to fall into either the hands of either side and potentially or get blown up by either side, where do you think along here I might be stashing it? Since you've got survival and that kind of falls under geography and stuff.
Yeah, I'd call that a survival rule. I'll give you +1 since you're you're German, so you're a little more familiar with the area than these foreigners.
That's without the +1. I just roll again.
Oh, you got a success. You're good.
Oh, okay. Then we don't need the +1.
Actually, no. Roll that 1d6 because you might get a lucky strike. You might get bonus later.
No.
All right. Well, worth checking. Yeah, you see some places. You know of some places you could grab a boat. For like fishermen and whatnot. Nothing too. There's like a barge that's there in Remagen, but that probably still stuck there. But there'd be like small boats, like rowboats and such.
More along the lines of what we're looking for. An engine would be great, but you never know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably like more the person that knows where like actual fisher have their spots.
Right.
It's like old Hans has his boat like pulled up here. War or not, it's still going to be there.
Yeah, but I mark places.
Okay. Is there anything we need to be doing before we get to the area we're going to be operating out of, guys? Since we're not at the river yet.
Mechanically, I'll throw out there as well. Once you start approaching the river, that's where the battle, the campaign part of the fighting will happen. So there'll be the battle of Remagen, and then you guys will. I'll see how that's going, and then we'll flip to what you guys are doing.
Okay.
During that, because you'll be approaching behind Ninth Armor because they're already racing toward Remagen right now,
right.
And they're going to run into very annoyed Germans who are like, "Why are you here? Go away!" Yeah. So is there any prep you want to do now? Now's the time. Anything you want to do at the tents and at the at Command HQ?
What kind of tools are included in my medical bag? Just is it just bandages and medicine and morphine and things like that?
I believe so. Yeah.
What
were you hoping was in there?
Well, I mean, if I could get some like basic tools for surgery, I'd need a scalpel because I can't cut with my bayonet or my command knife.
I'd say that'd be in there, especially in
And
a
maybe
full
some
kit.
like
Yeah.
some sterile alcohol, or alcohol for making things sterile.
You'd be able to get that here, sure. That'd be easy enough.
Okay, yeah, I'll just pack that up in my bag just in case I need it. And
Actually, what I'll say to you, you can sacrifice one of your booze to give yourself a +1 to medical rolls.
Oh, okay.
Because that would represent you saying, I didn't bring along liquor to sell. This is liquor for medicine. This is a sterilizing liquor. It's like, oh, yeah. You don't want to drink this.
I'll keep it as it is for now, and if it comes up in the future that I need to sterilize something like a wound, then I'll use up one of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could-
And double, triple check the radio if everything's okay, if I've got all the wire, and if it catches the signal from anything across the line.
Give me... This is going to be an opposed roll. Because you're trying to see if you catch what they're saying on their side.
It's obviously encrypted, but, just see what I can catch.
It will be tech. You will get a -1 because of the encryption. It would be more, but a lot of their codes have been cracked at this point. So there's some codes they don't think is worth checking. It's like, well, oh wait, you wouldn't have access to it. It'd be -2 because you wouldn't have access to the.
So I'll just reduce my skill by 2, right? As in, like, before I click the roll button, I'll just reduce the skill by 2.
You can click on the little drop-down menu and you can set the difficulty.
Drop-down menu.
It says difficulty roll normal 0. You can move it around.
Ah. Difficulty roll -2d6.
Yep. And I'm going to pull up a...
Oh, whoops, sorry. Wrong. There you go.
I'm going to pull up the German radio operator on the other side. It's going to be like just a random guy who's trying to send communication, not get caught doing it.
Gosh damn it. Look at you.
Radioing.
Would I be able to find it? Let's go. There they are. There you guys are. I knew you were in the book here somewhere. So it's... uh-oh. Oh no! Yeah, you totally beat him. So I'll mark that you have a lucky strike because you got one more than you needed.
Woo!
Nice.
I think you can mark that on your sheet as well. Yeah.
Yes, just one.
Yeah, But they have one lucky strike. What are you hoping? What do you think Nigel intercepts? What is he trying to catch? What is he hoping he's catching?
Hoping that I can catch like a frustrated watchman on the river or something who's like, "Hey guys, we need more support over here because there's a giant hole in our line, and we're lucky that the allies haven't seen it yet."
I'll actually tell you that you overhear that someone's annoyed that reinforcements aren't here yet. And then the other guy basically tells him to shut it and tells him to and orders him to move on to a different frequency almost immediately. You get the feeling someone's going to get yelled at over there. As it seems reinforcements are not on the way.
I'll write that down on a piece of paper, everything that I can like hear, and make a transcript, and I'll package it up nicely for Mr. Weber.
Oh, and I correct myself. Mr. Hornsby, do you speak German?
No. Oh, sorry. I'll need someone with me. Charlotte! Charlotte, please!
Yes, I'm with you.
As you come over and he catches it and he's like, oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Charlotte. Could you please hand over this transcript to Lieutenant Weber?
Sure.
Oh, no. You did quite alright there in the tent. Don't worry about it. I'm sure the Major's quite chuffed to have you on board. We all are.
Oh, the tone was for you.
Well, yes. You go on about your business then.
How far behind 9th Armored are we?
I forget the exact distance. Hold on. Multi-tool and set of pliers requisition are approved.
And could she also get some self-soldering joints, or in case she needs to make and like a battery and some wire, just in case she needs to make a detonator?
How much does a kit weigh? Like your evasion kit? It's like 1/2? Am I wrong?
The escape and evasion kit is tiny.
Oh. I'll call this tiny as well. Yeah, you can have those.
Cool.
I was trying to think of a thing that's equivalent size, and I was like, oh, that's about how much I'm thinking. You are... guys are here. Oh, actually, you're further back than I thought you were. Forgot where you guys were at this part of the war. You guys would be here. You're actually, I correct myself, I'm sorry. You're about 25 clicks away from the Rhine right now. Ninth's ahead of you.
Right.
They're racing ahead of you. In tanks and jeeps and stuff.
Right.
Because that's the whole point. The point is to try to catch them unaware, catch them with their pants down. So that will take, and how fast it takes you to get there is actually based in the book. Thankfully, you don't have to worry about random hostile enemy encounters on the way there because there's the first army's here. Anything that would be here is going to be wrapped up in the campaign attack, in the battle. So, there it is. Because if you if you get one of the jeeps, you can probably get there within an hour. But if you are running there on foot, you basically would cover the train in about 6 kilometers an hour.
So, are we like at all a mechanized infantry? I mean, do we have trucks?
You have 2 jeeps with you in the weapon that you can pull from the weapons unit. The weapons company.
Jeep should fit the 4 of us, no problem. Plus a 5th one if there's a gun in the back.
Yeah, I was thinking if we had like a deuce and a half, we could get us and the squads to catch up with 9th Armored, and so we could be at the front when they get there and exploit anything that we can exploit before, because they're going to get there well enough before we do that there's a chance that things are going to bog down before we as infantry get there. But I mean, if we just do the 4 of us, we can just do the 4 of us.
A jeep you can get without rolling because it's something that you would just ask your fellow lieutenant, "Hey, I need your jeep." It's like, well, the whole point of us is to help you get across. So yeah, sure, if you want my jeep,
right?
Sure, I'll figure a way. That'll be my problem. But if you want something bigger, you're gonna need to do a roll to get it. Just trying to figure out how available it is. And you're just looking for like just a
yeah, just like one of those, you know, 2.5 ton trucks that you can throw 2 infantry squads in the back of and head down the road or whatever, you know.
1/4 ton truck.
Yeah. 2.5.
I would call that. Sorry, I'm trying to find the skill list. The skills 6-1. So I'm thinking command off the top of my head, but that may be the wrong thing. I think it's the one that makes the most sense, though. It wouldn't be tech or something like that.
Command or persuade, because I'm trying to give me that truck. Sure, I'll drop off the bread to whoever, but give me the truck.
Persuasion, yep. I'm going to call this persuasion. You're going to need at least 2 successes.
Woof. That's not going to be easy.
Just because the other people who have the trucks don't want to give them up. It's like, I have them. That's a you problem.
It's fair enough.
I'm not part of your company. You get your own truck.
Don't think I have a great shot at getting 2 successes, but we'll try it. I didn't get any successes.
You can push your luck.
Let's re-roll everything.
Yep.
And what's the downside of that again?
If you get any ones, there are foo bars.
Well, a single foobar.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Okay. Now let's try it. There you go. Exactly.
Well, gosh darn. All right. Well, I was going to pick
Nice.
on you. But after a bit of asking around and seeing who has what, and how do you get your truck? How do you talk someone into giving you a half-ton truck? Away from their company.
Truck.
Huh?
2.5 ton truck. 2.5 ton truck.
Yeah.
Okay. So, from my upbringing, I came with an old pack of cards that I always carry with me, and I find a use for cards from time to time. And it turns out, a guy in the motor pool had a couple of unlucky nights when it came to cards with me, and so instead of calling him in for either the cash or booze or other hard to get things to pay off what he owes me, because I cleaned him out and then he kept playing like an idiot. I decided that I told him I'd wipe the slate clean if he could check out the truck to me.
Like, probably not too super thrilled with that, but I mean, does he want to owe you, or does he want to not owe you?
Right. I mean, he got in pretty deep there.
So just so you know, truck has a capacity of passengers of 20.
Yeah, so that's the platoon, the 2 squads and us. Yeah, I think that's 18 of us total.
And one crew spot, the driver. So you actually have an extra.
Yeah.
So 21, including you driving it.
No. So yeah, your standard. You know the guy in the motor pool, and he owes you a favor.
Okay. Well, you got yourself a truck. Lieutenant Weber. Well, actually, you probably don't drive it over. Some corporal drives it over for you.
Yep.
And the rest of the 65th sees the truck go over and looks over at your platoon and goes, "Oh, okay." Some of the other lieutenants kind of nod, like, "Good job grabbing a truck from somebody."
Yep. I get the 2 sergeants to get the kids up in battle rattle and into the truck. Lieutenant Hornsby let the major know that, or the captain and the major know that we'll be moving ahead to join up with the 9th Armored.
Yes, Lieutenant Weber.
Early.
And I'll hobble over to the major's tent.
Right.
Very quickly. And Major.
Major, captain, sir, whatever.
Captain, Major, sir, whoever is there.
They're up there. Captain looks over.
I'm pleased to report that First Lieutenant Carl Weber has sent me over to inform you that we are moving out via requisitioned 2.5-ton truck towards the 9th Armored Division as part of the plan, Major.
Major looks over at the captain. Told you they'd find a way to get there quickly. Captain just frowns, and there's a silent look of, yeah. It's the look you've seen in officers where someone's just lost a bet. And the captain's annoyed the major was right, but doesn't say it. Very good, Lieutenant. Don't get caught out there.
Wouldn't dare dreaming of it, sir. We shall report as soon as we are across the front lines. And I'll snap to salute again.
He salutes back at you.
All right,
I'll
let's get
hobble out.
everybody. Let's get everybody on the truck and head out ASAP.
Yeah, while we're in the truck, hey Charlotte, excited to go back to your home country then?
Absolutely.
Why do I detect a hint of sarcasm in your voice?
It's just my voice.
Come on, Palmer, you can sleep in the truck. Get up. Move your ass.
We snap back to the lady who is walking through Remigan, and she's looking through a book, seeing how about this guy who lost cards to someone and had to give up a truck to what was this guy's name again? To his old friend Carl. Is that Carl Weber?
Redacted. Gorlami.
She thinks about. She looks through various. She goes to somewhere to sit down and drink, and she pores over various notes of people talking about this strange unit with diamond uniforms. No one really knew what was going on. She can't. A lot of the information is cloaked in mystery, but with this many people and that much motion, some people said things in their diaries and didn't know what they're referencing. And the Ninth Armored has a rather. Then she looks through the reports of the Ninth Armored, who start talking about this truck that came out of nowhere from a unit they've never heard of, supposedly here to help. Why were they in such a rush?
Well, if you're a bunch of tankers, you want some infantry along the line to keep people from sneaking up and blowing up your tank from the side.
Interesting. But for now, that'll be it then all for our session 0, as we've made it up all characters. We're going to be getting right into the thick of it almost immediately next session. As you join up with the Ninth Armored almost right away in their desperate battle for Ludendorff, because basically you're getting there as they hit Ludendorff Bridge. They basically were, hey, look, the bridge. We should probably secure it now before the Germans get a good chance to get stuck in. You're getting there at the most scrambly part of the battle, and it's like, who are you, lot? We're here to help. What? I mean, yes, sure, but who are you?
We're 2 squads of infantry. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, that'll be it. That'll be all for now. For all of you watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And look forward to seeing you all next time to see how the battle for Ludendorff Bridge goes. Bye. I think that's a nice little start.
Yeah.
I thought it was fun. It scratches that itch, you know? It's an itch I didn't even know I had. There it is.